the smoke, but it goes both ways. Not much vision to work off on this.
Oh, hello. This is a cool rotate coming through from Falcons. They wrapped all the way from that north side. They left one player behind. Redox takes out one, and they're looking to clear up Nongshim Red Force on this third party. This is way more aggressive from the Falcons. They start to flap their wings a little bit.
Turning up the tempo, and it's what you want to see. We were saying they've been playing smart, passive games, looking for placements. But mixing in a good score on eliminations as well would be huge for their momentum. The bonnet hits the face of Tizzy, and they look to end the opportunity.
Roll him down on the Reaver.
More elims on this. Up close, Raf takes a bit of damage from the peak, but they do handle it. Koa spots that one with a UMP, and you stop Nongshim Red Force that were building a huge elimination game. 10 already. They're taken out of commitment. Second closest, of course, is now Falcons with 7.
I mean, this is great, though, for the Falcons, because now they have control over towards the south side of Rozok. They also have Redox still holding that building on the northwest side. He holds his own. It's the first time we've seen a solo Falcon being able to do that. And that's really cool, because now they have a lot of presence on the map here. Needs be, they can wrap back round again. It's going to be a little bit awkward versus E Arena, but it is possible. So they have 2 corners of the map, so they can confirm on either side. The worst thing to happen here if it confirms fully northeast. That's the one thing they haven't accounted for.
Arena and Alpha 7 as well, obviously in position for so long here down towards the compounds. A lot of nades being primed here.
They're ready for a crash, that's why. They know E Arena has to come across. They've heard the fighting on the south side as well. They're just priming them. That's a terrifying sight, by the way. 4 dudes, pin pulled. Not a party I'm looking to get involved with.
The mortar strike of Alpha 7 ready if you come running up towards the compound. Of course, you've got that 2-2 split as well. Toxic and Loxy inside of the buildings. Cover to work with. Shots into the back line. Horror moving up. Fireflux starting to reposition as well. That's the duo that's left alive here. They've had a great day of it so far.
Some good smokes from Falcons, but there is a lot of sightlines to contend with. Koa's up first and will get knocked. Revo's got 5 nades, so plenty here. The send over the top side. I think the Falcons are going to find this tough, honestly. Stop short. That's a good stop as well. They know the smokes haven't dissipated yet, so they can afford to stop short. There is a shot that goes through there as E Arena sees that Alpha 7 is distracted.
Oh, here's the problem though. It's not just nades from Alpha 7. Now they're coming in from Aura as well, down on the roadside. Now Valo is eating a ton of damage. Ralph's forced to push further up to actually get himself into cover to play with. So both barrels being given here.
Alpha 7 losing Revo. Squash just gets back up again. Tony K drops a nade, but it's long. They're in the kitchen. And needs to cook this nade to perfection. Ralph finding Revo, steals that one away, but it's Toshpik to take him out. It's all down to Redox. 6 teams, last circle.
Korea firing off the shots in close range. Holds back E Arena. Only Mormon remains. They split on the push-up, hoping they could get in before the pick-me-up onto Squash. Didn't go that way. Comes back to haunt them.
Valo's still up, actually. Didn't even realize it. And he's going to try and get placement here. There's potential for it as well as everyone starts to get cut out on that northern side. Now Valo walking up. This is a bold maneuver. Surprised he's even getting in here. Finds one off the back of it. Mafioso's down. Mormon's still sending nades in.
Mormon on the slow walk up. Pin pulled for the nade. Bounce round the corner. Squash gets flattened. Mormon makes the play. Potential for the follow-up as well. Close quarters combat. Carrillo trying to hold on for Alpha 7. Able to connect that back. Silence E Arena, but now Novello knows that he can make his move. Gets up close with the DBS. Oh! Huge kill. That is a beautiful E-limp to put them back into a position. He can get Squash back up.
Wait a minute. Regnum Kaya still going strong with Loxy. Hitting these shots here. It might not be the end of the world after all. Xzeroyt has to send a nade over. It's not perfect, but now he's got to make the cross.
Xzeroyt going for it.
No way, Loxy.
Taking opportunities where they're presented. Regnan Karia being able to play this one picture perfect with the opportunities that have been presented by other teams. Everyone's overlooked him. Sideline from No Fear, living up to his name as he pops up. Silences Loxy. There's the shot back over. And that's the way it goes.
Horror played that game incredibly well. From the early rotate into the eastern side, the push out slightly further over towards Gamax, spotting all the commotion over towards Nongshim Red Force and cutting away at their opposition on the eastern edge. But shout out to Loxy. I did not think the Regnan guy would survive that long. And you do want Loxy as your final player on that team when it comes to those clutch moments.
Heads up calls. Reading it so well as well. Opportunities when everyone's attention was taken away from them. Like you said, subverting expectations. It was a brutal beginning for them, but they put it together. They pieced away some points at the very least.
For Alpha 7, what a tough task they had there versus E-Arena, Falcons on one side. Not an easy maneuver to make happen. Xzeroyt does survive it all. Could have been pretty sick if Narvalo hit that shot, but looks a lot better from the Falcons.
It certainly does. They're building. The wings have been spread, but the action is intense. So join us for more after the break.
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Well, no swimming required for Horror here. They had the perfect compound to transition into Rozhok, getting themselves that win here, as we have got them win game number 3 on the board. Brilliant stuff by them. Joining me, Neptura, as well as Seven, to talk about this victory from them. Neptura, this was all them sweeping through Rozhok, looking fantastic.
As usual, as I would expect from a team of this caliber. Hora, I have always talked about Hora. I like them a lot. I like how they play. They played it basically how I would normally expect them to. They had a really good compound, as we were talking about. We saw them sweep that edge and just wait until the perfect time to strike. Once that strike was there, they went for it.
And what I really enjoyed even before that, it was a 2-2 split that they were holding towards the east of this circle. They had an opportunity to actually third-party a fight. I think it was Noncham Ramforce versus Gamex. They decided not to do that and just prioritize their game style. It worked out wonders for them, 19 points. And if we keep going down the list, I mean, it's good to see some of these names here at the top, Kyle. You got Alpha 7 with 13 points and Team Falcon as well there with 12.
They did something. No, I mean, of course, it's very important.
They did, though. It's talking about teams that did something. Is that AXTMG? 5 points, they got points.
Yes!
Woo!
The first 2 games, they got nothing. So we were hoping for a little bit of a step up from them, of course, here. And this is definitely a bit of a step up here, Neptura.
It is. I actually really liked how they played the south side as well, right? They had a really nice split. They kept things going, but they didn't get too far out of bounds, right? They kept it together and held it, and they did a really good job here.
And even before they ended up going towards the south there of Rozhok on the mountain, between the school area, I really enjoy what the third party that they ended up doing between Regnum, Karya, and Kino. That was perfect, and it showed that this team is now starting to be proactive. They're not just waiting and being too patient, which is ultimately what you want to see out of a team that's now experiencing a global event once again.
All right, are we going to talk about Falcons again? Because,
yes.
There's some really cool things actually happening, Seven, of course. The rotations were amazing initially, I want to say. What do you think?
I mean, this right here, I felt like, and you kind of said it too, you said that this might have been the rotation of the tournament so far. I would definitely have to agree with that. I love that they did a 3-1 split too. They adjusted a little bit of what they were able to do in the last game, except this time they actually sent more players that could actually eliminate the rest of the squad. Great third party, but even before that, I enjoyed what they did towards the north of Rozhok, Neptura, because they were just controlling everything. They weren't letting anybody get close by.
And what I'm really enjoying from them as well is that they're learning from the group stage. They're not doing too much. They find a compound that they like. They make sure they hold that compound, and then there's no risk of them actually getting taken apart unless there's a full-on crash right against them. But so far, they're actually keeping to themselves, keeping together, and saving themselves for that late game.
Yeah, and if I had to nitpick there on this last match for Team Falcons, it would be the execution there towards the end. They did have a great rotation, but when it came down to it, they were just sending one player by one. They sent in Ko first, hoping that he'll be able to do something, and then they just stopped in an area that you were just going to get grenaded. Max was calling it out too. I got a chance to see it. At that point, just go for a full crash.
Yeah.
I mean, you've left one north, right? I get why they might want to do something like this, not only hunting down those Elims, Neptura, but also negating the problem in Rozhok finish that is the road, because that's such a huge problem for these teams.
Yeah, it is a huge problem, and I really actually like the 1-3 split, as we were saying, right? Because it would allow them to have this pincer move going on. But I think maybe the way the zone was working or something, those 3 players on the south rotated down towards A7. They should have maybe gone onto the other side so they could do a pincer move with Redux on the north. And it just didn't work out that way, so it was a 1v1, 1-by-1.
Well, let's head down to Barney now, as he is ready with Falcons to see what they think after some of these games.
Welcome back to the main stage. I've got Koa from Team Falcons joining me here, and I tell you what, the consistency seems like it's back, Koa, because you've had 3 matches so far. All 3 have been in the top 5, 2 second places as well. What changed from the group stage to now on the survival stage? Because you guys, it feels like you're back.
Yeah, so we had the meetings, we talked about our mistakes, and we fixed them.
Simple. Okay, that's simple and effective. You know what, Koa? I want to talk about you individually as a player, because your impact since joining this team has been incredible. You've been MVP in the PMSL season, and now you've come here and you're clutching up in highly intense moments, I would say. How do you feel like you've gelled with the team, and why do you feel like it works so well?
I think it works because the team have some structure, and then my job is only to take the kills.
Your job is to go out there and farm the kills. And what's happening now? So coming into the next 3 matches, are you guys just going to keep the strategies the same? Because it seems like it's working.
Yep, we're going to keep all the same.
Koa, I like interviewing you, man. You're simple, you're to the point. I love it. Back to you guys.
Well, Barney's right. A very important place for Falcons, of course, to do well here. Live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for PUBG Mobile World Cup. We can take a look at a moment or two here from Falcons as well, because they've really been a focal point here so far, Seven. Kind of understandably in some moments.
I mean, let's even rewind it a little bit more. You got Alpha 7 being able to take control of this area, and I feel like for them, that was able to clutch about so many points. And then you got Yangon trying to send it, but Alpha 7 was ready. Just cars flying everywhere.
Yeah. And of course, the teams have to try and come in behind that and try and deal with what on earth is going on over there. But let's talk about some of these other teams, of course, here, Neptura, because Nongshim Red Force, of course, as well in this game. They found themselves in a bit of the nitty-gritty and trying to get them. They've got themselves some points on for sure on the board, as we'll take a look at the overalls. But what do you think about Nongshim?
They're almost there. They're almost where I want them to be, because you saw them come in against, who was it? Gamex and R8. They came in, had a really nice third party, really
Very
nice
good.
push onto Gamex, really good. Then they kind of split apart when they were trying to fight against AX Team AG. So for me, they're almost there. But we look over the overall rankings, and actually it's very close still, even though we've had different teams doing different things at different times.
It is, and I mean, look at the 8th place Ringnam Karya. With this matches too, I mean, we're going to have some gaps here and there, but those teams can definitely close it up with just one match. I'm pretty sure we'll end up going there towards the second page. Something that I actually wanted to touch base with Nongshim is I enjoyed that 3-1 split that they were doing earlier on. They did have a player kind of just holding it down with an arm, just making sure that they were scouting everything, which allowed that third party that you were talking about, Neb. I wish they would have actually went north. They wouldn't have needed to challenge Hora Esports. I did not appreciate the south rotation when they ended up crashing on AXTMG. I felt like that was maybe a losing play. If they would have just gone north, played that edge on the river, that might have been a winning play for that team to clutch up even more points.
We had concerns about R8, I think, as well, Neptura.
Yeah, we did. I really liked how they played the north side, full control of the north side. If the zone had gone their way, they probably would have won, but they didn't, and they actually, instead of playing that same position that you were just talking about, Seven, they went ahead and crashed the compound, which seemed like just to stop any momentum they had built over the course of the game.
It was a concern.
Was.
I mean, hitting that compound when it's not even going to be a focal point of the circle as well, Seven, seems a little bit dubious, a little bit odd, a little bit.
It just comes down to experience from some of these teams. I feel like that's what you narrow it down. The winning play for that team would have been going towards the Western Bridge and just holding that down there. But I think maybe the proactiveness of Team Falcons might have scared them off a little bit more. But for them, I mean, if that's what you're gonna go with, it didn't end up working out for them. Maybe they'll be able to fix it up going to the next games.
That said, always difficult in an urban ending like that, of course. The road obviously causes a big problem. You're seeing how reluctant teams are to try and move from building to building. And that was what was really impressive about Hora. Their actual sweep from building to building in this game here, Neptura.
Yeah, it was. And again, you not only have the road in the middle, you actually have that road in between their compound and the rest of Rosov as well. So that's very open. I think Regnum Karya had those buildings on the other side. So it was something where they had to cross over, and you can only do that by a full sweep the way Hora did. If you stop at any point, it's game over.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. Time to head over to the stage once again as the lovely Veracity and Mr. Barney Banks are ready to go as well.
Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena, where we are halfway through day one of the survival stage, and tensions are high, and of course, so is the passion. But I'm here to bring you all of the highlights that we've had so far in day one, and of course, day one, we kick things off on Sandhawk. Sandhawk was extremely strong map because two teams that came into a final showdown were Team Falcons and Fireflux Esports. Fireflux took that victory, and of course, some points along with it, 17 in total, but E-Arena managed to secure 9 eliminations. So an honourable mention goes to them. Are you still up
Survival. Barney, if these players can make it through survival stage, I can too. I've had the best view in the house right now, Barney, and let me tell you right now, match 2 was proof of the fact that the Falcons were able to spend their day off in the most fabulous fashion ever, Barney. Yeah, don't worry about that. I've been snacking away. The Falcons, they've been sharpening their talents, Barney, to say the very least. They soared their way to the very top of our standings. And not only that, they managed to walk away with eliminations left, right, and center. But unfortunately, Fireflux Esports began clipping away at their wings. Our final fight, though, it saw Power Esports taking down the lone survivor representing the Falcons, and that was Koa, marking the 3rd chicken dinner right here at this event for Power Esports.
Going into map number 3, Nongshim Red Force kicked things off extremely strong with 10 eliminations by stage 7 of that particular map. But in the end, it was Hora Esports that managed to clinch that victory and claim that chicken dinner for their own as well. So that's nice. A good amount of points for Hora Esports, Veracity.
You know what, Barney? Enough chit-chat from us. I want to go ahead and dive into match number 4, baby. Let's do this.
Great to see Veracity finally getting down from the high ground. She was up there for a while, saw the banana peel, a whole bunch of candy. She was vegging out, but what else are you going to do when you're stuck on an island? Speaking of which, we're going into Erangel for map number 4, PMWC. It's been exciting today, truly, and the reason why his teams that didn't necessarily perform well during the group stage are really showing up in the survival stage. We've already witnessed Fireflux, right, get a victory, which was their first winner chicken dinner of the tournament. That includes their group stage performance. Now for Power, well, they sit at a total of 3, granted 1 for today, and then Ora showing up and getting a win in game number 3 and doing it in sensational fashion, which puts the pressure, John, on so many other wonderful teams. Falcons, Alpha 7, right? Those teams looking to make it up to the top.
Absolutely. There is this really interesting dynamic that unfolds, right, when you take the best 8 teams out, well, best, you know, for now,
that's right,
teams out of the lobby. It creates this vacuum, and that pulls in these teams from beneath them. It pushes them towards the top and creates a lot of turbulence. When you start to add those factors all together, it can get a little bit spicy, and that's what we've witnessed so far at the start of today. At the moment, we're looking at half the lobby going through to the finals at the end of these 2 days of the survival stage, and because of that, we're expecting the points boundary to be somewhere around that 70-point mark, and teams are starting to have achieved half of that already, and a lot of the teams towards the top actually already pushing over 30.
That's it. Over 30 is big, especially when you start to go down towards the bottom. We take a look at top 8 currently. 8th place, Regnum Caria, sitting with 16 points around there anyways. They're going to have to definitely step it up. They're on the bubble, at least at the moment. It's still early goings. 3 more games today, 6 more tomorrow to determine our top 8 and, of course, our bottom 8. But if you're Kinotrope, Tense Game, Influence, Rage, and, well, really the list goes on, you've got to be a little bit worried, but you can't be too much in your head. Again, there's still time, but time will eventually run out. Heading into Game 4, our last Erangel of the day. Before we hop into Miramar, it's going to be exciting. We've seen some great city finishes already as it stands. Now I'm hoping we get a little bit of the military zones.
That Key Crusher is hungry, and we have only one way to feed it. It's crunching through these survival stages, and we will be heading in to Erangel once more. All 64 of our players locked and hopefully loaded into the plane from Lipovka over towards the southwest side, over towards Quarry. The plane path fairly chilled out right now. Lovely little dog decal there on the back wing of the plane. He's having a great time. Not so much for our players on the inside, though.
Flying high, flying high. Okay, so plane path looks pretty good, pretty standard. Everybody who wants to go wherever they want to go pretty much has free reign to do so. Georgia Pool obviously going to see quite a bit of activity up there with Alpha 7 and Co. America's region's loving that location. For the rest, though, military, I'm feeling it in my bones. John, I think this next zone is about to be spicy. I'm hoping I'm right, but I hope I just cast or cursed it.
It's a bones-based feeling here.
I'm feeling it.
And we're going purely off the vibe.
That's it.
That's exactly what we're here for. That's the only way to go.
You said the word.
Purely, yeah, and well, you know, had to fill out that bingo card. Heading on out to the northwest side, I reckon. You know, Zarky circles. That's my bones-based vibes play.
Okay, I wouldn't mind Zarky. I think Zarky's great. Again, a couple of teams that notably love to go out there. Actually, speaking of which, let's talk about it. Alpha 7 typically goes towards Zarky. Georgia Pool, Lipovka is where they decide to go this time around. And, well, we don't get either, but we do get right in the middle of what we were predicting. I'm still happy with this, and it's going to benefit quite a few other rosters. For example, E-Arena, Kinotrope going to be feeling quite happy. Power, who's had a standout day, currently sitting in 3rd place, 31 points, and well, Well, let's not forget also getting that Game 2 winner chicken dinner on Erangel now set up quite nicely to potentially do just the same in game number 4. They'll be central at the moment, a bit spread out, but plenty of time to get together. For Yangon Galactica, they are going down towards military to start looting up and also, of course, get their vehicles. Now, for them, though, maybe a potential to go over to the Western Bridge, maybe a scuffle with Kinotrope, maybe R8, but still early goings, and I'm not seeing any hot drops at the moment.
No, there aren't going to be too many right now. The plane path cutting straight through the middle allows a lot of access to places. I mean, obviously that Alpha 7 relocation to Lipovka, going to that backup drop, it really just opens things up. If they'd have stuck to their guns and tried to go to North George, there would have been a hot drop on some of those vehicles out the west side, so a reasonable adjustment there. Aura and Influence Raid, probably the closest by to one another right now, up towards Yasnaya, but it looks like they're just sort of keeping each other at arm's distance. They don't want to get too aggy with it, and I think rightly so. You certainly, when you have a numbers advantage, don't want to push too hard, and Influence Rage as well, just looking to keep things calm, especially down in that 12th place. They want to get out of this early drop into those later game rotations.
Falcons also pretty much dead center. They have nobody around them, at least at the moment. They've had a stellar day. We talked about it throughout the group stage. Falcons, bit of an underperformance, right? Needing to step it up in the survival stage where their tournament lives are at risk. It would be weird, I must say, not to see Team Falcons representing in the final stages in that Smash Point competition, but they're doing very, very well. We mentioned 70 being the cutoff. They've already surpassed the halfway point. They still have a little bit more work, but let's face it, Falcons, if they can perform well in these back end of the 3 games, of our 6 today, they can absolutely qualify based off of day 1.
The thing that's very encouraging about the Falcons' performance right now that maybe isn't attributed to the other teams that sit around them is that they've done this through consistency, right? They haven't won a game yet. They have just been consistently getting into the top 5, right? And that is a great result for the Falcons to be able to have that spot available to them. The downside of what I've seen from them today is that there have been good rotations, good decisions being made. Yes. Mechanical execution of them has been subpar. Specifically, I think it's safe to say Ralph has had a couple of missteps, and I think Narvalo as well, obviously going down a lot earlier in the games than they would have liked to. You can attribute that to getting a little bit too bold on the scouting, maybe less of a mechanical issue, but I do think there are still a few wobbles here and there, and hopefully they can get themselves nice and steady, because it's working right now. The question is, will it work if they go to the finals? When you bring back those top 8 teams?
Yeah, and that's a question, right? And that's a question they're going to have to ask themselves when they do head into the finals. Obviously, the task at hand now is just top 8. And, well, speaking of one of those teams who's close to the bubble is Alpha 7 on your screen, a team that obviously is coming in with squash this time around, but regardless, the returning champions, the heroes of the Americas region who play so incredibly well. I would be, again, just like the Falcons narrative, it would be so weird not to see Alpha 7 representing themselves during the Smash Point group or finals just coming up next week. But for Alpha 7, they're still relatively healthy. I do feel like they have gotten punished at multiple moments, but for now, I'm not too worried about them. I think they're going to be just fine. Now, for other teams from the Americas region, Influence, Rage, and Tense Game, I do start to get a bit worried. I don't think they are performing well. And you go back to Influence, Rage during the group play, specifically their performance during day 1 group play for them, I felt they were coming in hot. I thought they looked great, but survival stage, nothing like their group play performance.
No, I mean, it does really change the dynamic, as I mentioned before, right? When you are taking out those top 8 teams in every single match, no matter which groups we're in, you're expecting there to be about 5, maybe 6 of those teams in the top 8 to be playing in the lobby, and removing those teams has really changed the dynamics here, and teams have taken advantage of that. And like you were highlighting there, some teams have had to eat mud on the flip side, right? Because you have to for a team to do better, another team has to do worse, right? Swings and roundabouts.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Well, I will say Team Vision also another roster that surprised me being so far down. You go back to group play and they were performing incredibly well, having plenty of highlight moments. Were they in the top echelon? No, but Vision still a team that is struggling. Ragnam Karya now in a fight against AXTMG, and Silas, a guy who, again, is trying to create history for himself. He's already has a large history of performances and great moments throughout PUBG Mobile history. This tournament would complete the trifecta he's currently trying to get. So that's a big opening elimination for him. And for AXTMG, the struggles live on.
I think Reckon and Kaya are looking weak this tournament in a way that couldn't be said, I think, for Alpha 7 or Falcons.
Sure.
They haven't really been in these positions to really take too much. They earned a couple of points on a few of the days, but obviously they're here in the survival stages, and I'm hoping that they can stand up. Like you said, with Silas having that PMGO victory, having that PMGC victory under the belt, adding that third, would be the first player in history to do so. But at the moment, they need to piece it back together, especially coming off of a weak season back in Europe, right? These guys only qualified because they had that extra qualification spot from winning PMGO at the start of the year. So the fact that they're only here because of that earlier performance, it does add questions to this roster. And right now they're on 8th place. So they would, if things close down now, be going through. And I think I would be disappointed not to see them go through, but they do still have a long way to go. And when they're put back in the fold with the 8 teams already qualified, the same thing's true of as what I said for the Falcons, right? There are those questions that just don't have an answer right now.
Alpha 7 in ruins, currently only team over in this location. Influence Rage skirting just to the north side for them, but getting quite contested towards the middle as we would expect. Regnum Karya being one of them. Dead center. Power as well. Haven't really done too much, but you wouldn't expect them to. They're centered. They're happy where they're currently at. For Kinotrope, well, they've got people all around them, but again, same situation. Nobody really to fight at the moment. Potentially Nogsham Red Force a little bit later, who, mind you, I've been very, very impressed with. Had a chance to speak with Benny yesterday. Super impressed with his mindset. He wants to be the best, and well, this tournament is one of the ways to prove it. Well, here we go, going south now. It does shift just a bit, which could benefit Yangon Galacticos, who could potentially stay over on the military side if they don't want to fully commit for the bridge rotate, but it also puts them at risk of getting gate kept by R8 Nogsham Red Force. That's one of the things they're going to have to consider.
A lot of teams now looking to make their move. A hard south shift forces teams to rotate at the same time. I'm seeing Fireflux moving into the hills to the south of Pachinki there. Nongshim Red Force actually regrouping to the compound that sits over that long hillside that borders the south edge of this circle where R8 currently take up occupation. Fireflux actually rotating away. Looks like they're going to try and push into the east side of that, and all of these teams from the north going to try and move on top of each other. It is intense game. It is Alpha 7 moving in this area. You've got Power as well, who are a little bit ahead of the curve, and Influence Rage, actually the three-peat of the Americas teams. And when you only have one good team in the region, well, you know who you want to see get out of it.
Yeah, this is going to be weird because, like you said, you got all 3 Americas region teams, ironically, just right next to each other. You would, I guess, expect that with similar play styles, kind of similar mindsets, obviously from the same region, but it seems like they kind of do this invisible handshake. You go on your way, I'll go on my way, they'll go on their way, and we'll avoid each other for the time being. But as deeper as Influence Rage starts to go, closer and closer, they start to get the power.
Fireflux did actually turn around. They're now still in those hills, but it's Gamax, it's Yangon Galacticos who have now crossed the bridge as well on the south side of the circle, who are poking their noses in. You've also got E-Arena, who have sent a scout down south towards Nongshim Red Force, towards R8, but now Alpha 7 have actually cut off that retreat. On the north side, Aura, Influence Rage now clashing, trying to take position, and first blood for Lorazin.
Influence Rage, great shot. Sleepy from a distance, though, takes Little Boy all the way down to just a sliver of health. He's most likely going to be finished off relatively soon. I don't foresee him getting picked back up. Of course, the med kit pops, but still, Influence Rage got to fight hard. They've, again, struggled so much throughout the survival stage so far across the first 3 maps. They need to hold their ground. Not to mention, Power also starting to come in for a bit of a third party, and No Fear is gone.
A nice little flex out there from Al-Haji, puts the stone in, gets the result he's looking for, adds a point to the tally. Pleased to see you. Plower now actually going to put more pressure on. They're moving down, and Influence Rage playing with 4. They're locked into the building. They're surrounded by E-Arena and by Power now, who have pushed Easy actually very, very close to this situation. That was a bit too bold, and I think they've read into that. They will pull him back, fold him back into the rest of the team.
E-Arena being on the outskirts scares me, however, for Influence Rage. Such a talented roster. They have really proven themselves throughout not only their second day of group play, but also throughout the survival stages already. having some high placings. Zone will shift once again. Alpha 7 very, very safe where they currently are. Influence Rage, same story. E-Arena Power around them. Intense game, though, might alleviate some of that pressure. They start the push in. Power encompassing their location. We get on board with the fight going down. IG versus Power. It will be, I believe, will it be a 3v4, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, currently that's how it sits. Power were a little bit split, but it looks like they're regrouping. They do have that off angle just across the way. Nade in over towards Easy from Silence, and he's quietening him down pretty nicely there. Al-Haji holding the flank still against Influence Rage, but maybe he needs to worry about the inside, but handles business from Fidan. On the outskirts there, looking to try and keep his team in this fight. And Silas has the challenge down the alleyway, but both of them back off the angle.
Here we go, Power pushing up. Petrino cooking a nade. Al-Haji wants to take him out before it can get thrown, but now he has to reposition himself. IG running on fumes, and Al-Haji looking to put him into the grave earlier than they wanted, and that's exactly what will happen. IG struggles will continue.
Power have been stepping up today. A little bit lackluster, well, more than a little bit lackluster in the group stages earlier on in last week's games, but today it looks like Power are here to play. They added on some cheeky chicken dinners. They've been able to now get in and amongst it. It is a return to form for them. Hopefully they can keep this going. Oh, Vision.
Just about to point out Ralph, he was separated from his roster. Falcons have been leaving players, stragglers, to be the scouts for the rest of the trio, whoever's out. First it was Redux in the last game, we were talking about him, and now this time it's Ralph, who's, well, potentially in no man's land. I say that, but here comes the rest of the roster trying to pick him back up. Getting Ralph back into the fight, being a four-man unit, is definitely going to be the way they want to go. It's a question now of vision and how hard they want to push this engagement.
The forward duo for Falcons have a position in this next circle. Koa and Narvalo looking to try and stanchion them down. Try and keep things under control here. Koa puts pressure. The res was sent over towards Ralph. He's up there in a vehicle now and they can rotate away. Vision actually not opting to crash onto that position. Instead, trying to get ahead of the rotation and split Falcons off from their forward duo.
Now it's a question of Power, and do they want to continue to push the issue? And I guess not at the moment. Vision unintentional, though. Even though they do go up top, they still manage to pass by Falcons, and they are in hot pursuit, shooting some shots at Ralph. The early knock that they got a little bit earlier, now trying to get the finish. Influence Rage also in the area, and they're going full send. AXTMG also off in the line of sight. So this is getting a bit chaotic in the open field, and as they are pretty much dead center of the zone, everybody's going to be collapsing in. And now Jiggle from Aura. Regis, you got Silas also up there, and Vision Bolt is pushing in, trying to take everybody on, and he's going to fall a bit flat.
Vision do a mad rotate through everybody in the circle into the middle of an open field. It was a death ball that they just sent in, hoping to all hell that they'd make it, and they just really didn't. It was honestly a pretty terrible position there for Vision to take.
100%.
I think that is probably coming off from the Falcons, what was potentially one of the most exciting, fresh, new, dynamic rotations in the tournament so far, into what I think I would categorize as the worst rotation I've seen this tournament.
Fully agree, and especially because you get a fresh knock on the Falcons and you don't even fully commit for the finish. You have the man advantage in that moment, and then you decide to pull away, allow Falcons to get the res, and then full send it in the middle of 5 teams? Nah, that just doesn't make sense, and, well, clearly they are struggling today as they just sit at the very bottom with only 2 points. Hopefully they'll start to get it together. A lot of teams on the north, stragglers, trying to come on in. Kinetro, Power, you also have Influence Rage as well. It's going to be pretty tight up towards the northern side of the zone. The first team to get in might be able to play Gatekeeper, but for the time being, everybody's got a lot of space to work with, but that's the thing. There's just a lot of space out in the open, vast area, which is the zone.
Yeah, that hillside to the south edge, that tree-covered hill ridge that currently R8 sits on, that Fireflux is sitting on as well, it can contain maybe one more team, but it's going to start to get squashed. Alpha 7 going to be looking to do just that. Meanwhile, on the northwest side, Influence Rage, they're trying to move, but so are Power. And Power are on form today. With 5 elims already, they found Lorazin. AXTMG going to look for that flush as well. And the third parties coming through from Falcons, who have managed to all get to the same shack out in the open field.
That's it, same shack, so they're going to be all together. They can focus fire, but they are being gate kept just a little bit by Nox from Red Force, way off in the distance, and at the compound. So Power need to, or excuse me, Falcons need to be a little bit careful. For Power's perspective, though, the reason why they were so successful in that little scuffle they had with Influence Rage has spread themselves apart with the 2-2 split. Power are moving together as one unit. They are wolf packing, making it very difficult for any stragglers or any split ups, like for example Influence Rage, or maybe even Kinetruck for a moment, to fight against this 4-man unit of Power. And I think I owe their success to, again, them being on the same page, sticking together. It's hard to take on a full force unit, but teams now start to settle down a little bit. Kinetruck is going to go ahead and take over the west, or should be eastern side zone. Power will start to move in. AXTMG still running on fumes, but Henry may be looking to make a solo play against Power once they rotate in. We'll see what he can do.
Has got a forward position to assist with him in Cyrax, but they are very, very split, and in the open fields, it is going to be a difficult crossing. Power moving past Fidan, actually moving close towards that forward position, maybe actually over into Influence Rage. Fidan circling here. Easy's going to roll straight on up. Al-Haji sending in a barrel, sent down the lane towards Influence Rage, and Easy goes in first, does manage to get traded off, but they lose one of their players. Now, can they handle Lil Boy on the inside? Al-Haji take it down, and Influence Rage maybe trying to stop Power dead in their tracks. Fidan on the outside here with the AUG, hasn't managed to find it, and Lil Boy goes for the res.
Little Boy's going for the res. Little Boy now out. He knows he has to leave this. There's too much utility to use. And the juke, the bait and switch to take down the remainder of Power to stay alive. The Falcons are now starting to move in, and I fear this might be the ending of Lil Boy. But the med kit is popped. He's back up, but the nades are rolling in, and Falcons are starting to close the vice grip. But Lil Boy stands on his own 2 feet for a little bit longer to get one more final knock.
Ralph needs to get rezzed here on the inside. They've got a couple of vehicles to play with, but this is not going to be enough of a position. A massive flex back out from the Falcons. They are getting spicy with it. Alpha 7 in the meantime marauding around and sweeping through the western side. They might try and push in and capitalize on this chaos.
Squash taking a lot of damage. Arena moving in. Squash ready for this. However, Alpha 7 starts to crumble. Mormon gets to clean up on Revo. And, well, the rest of the Alpha 7 roster now in shambles. Only one remaining. It's Mafioso. He chose to stay back just a little bit. And, well, he's going to have to go at it alone as a solo for anything, right? Going for placement points. Maybe potentially trying to get the remaining cleanups. I mean, after all, E-Arena does have 2 down players.
Falcons got really keen to push up towards that north side, but it means that they've got 3 players in position to potentially pick up these points towards E-Arena. You can see these nades are starting to ring on out, and it's actually from R8 who are able to close down Alpha 7 here. But E-Arena suffering as they try and go for that cross, that northern flex out. The Falcons were all held down towards that number 3 on the minimap there on Narvalo, but now with that flex out, they have those off angles. Yep. They now need to rotate back on in. You can see the vehicles they got available to them though, and they should be able to make this crossing.
Yeah, E-Arena will maybe split the difference between them. Narvalo might be able to put additional pressure with that split. Noxious Red Force still dead center, by the way. They're going to play an big impact as we get later and later into the stages. R8, the team that, just like others, have been struggling quite a bit. Opposite of another team that is relatively low in the standing. Shangon Galactica, Saycloud Smile just up ahead. Mormon starting to roll in from E-Arena. I would be very, very impressed if Mormon can even pick up one. But with this off angle on R8, I don't know. I'm thinking he can at least start to hurt R8 a little bit, which could open up the door for Young Galacticas to potentially get a clean win here.
That's what they'll be looking for here. Gamax trying to push in on the southeast side in the meantime as Fireflux try and hold their own. So far, looks to be in the favor of Fireflux, but Rectum Kaya are chiming in across the way from the north side, pulling them now down to 3 confirmed. Gamax playing with just the 1. It may not be enough to take down Fireflux, but damage has been done, and that's going to slow them down. Talking about those holds out to the west side towards Yangon Galacticos, it really does entrench them in this position a little bit longer.
Fireflux staying alive a little bit longer, start to push up towards Yangon Galactica. Strax is, well, in the thick of it. Smoke out, nades starting to move in. Falcons keeping the pressure up. Just such a sensational day from Team Falcons. Just on the edge of taking over first place. AXTMG are now gone. And Falcons have been hugely aggressive. And man, from one team to another, they now push up onto Kinetruck. The question is, do they know they're sitting in the weeds?
They have managed to spot that first knock, right? So they know that there is a team there sort of trying to navigate the northern side with a hard north shift. It would be a very viable team to try and take out, but Falcons overcommitting here would expose them to Nongshim Red Force, who have been in this compound since the start of Phase 2, almost Phase 1 in fact. They have been chilling here in big ways, right? One Elim, very quiet, difficult to leave if they had to rotate away, but they have control over so much of this open ground now.
Without a doubt, and not to mention playing Gatekeeper to Fireflux, playing Gatekeeper to Yangon Galacticus, who's going to have to move into them potentially. So I expect them to be at 5 eliminations relatively soon if they can do everything right. They're already in a very healthy spot, just 4 points away from taking over first place. R8 has been tempting this fight opposite of Falcons for quite some time. They managed to stay up. They, of course, only have 3 members, but you can do a lot of damage with 3. But you mentioned Nongshim Red Force playing the Gatekeepers, and well, Damar's going straight into him.
Just going straight on through, trying to see if he can keep an edge, and it looks like they're going to let him play on this wall for now, but the Falcons might have something to say about that. Damar may be exposed. The rest of R8 actually going to continue that push. He knows he's getting unchallenged, so they've got that western building under control. An interesting decision for Nongshim Red Force not to hold them out. They're going to give the western side of the compound to R8.
Compound so critical to keep in play, especially if you get blessed by the next zone, which could very well happen. Now, you do have to consider another fight, obviously, right before your eyes. Fireflux as well as Yangon Galacticus, as they might cannibalize each other. As soon as that happens, now they move into Noxious Red Force in the R8 fight. So it's going to be one fight to another, and now you have to prioritize which one is more important for you to take the third party or go head-to-head. For Fireflux, they can, in fact, wrap around the eastern side and maybe take over where the crate is currently at, or they can decide to push. Right now, they're just kind of just seeing what's out there, but with the hovercraft, I think Yangon Galacticus need to take advantage of that. For me, I'm wrapping around. I don't want to full send it. I don't want this third party, but maybe they do.
I mean, it's already smoking. It's really dangerous to be heading on in like that, but Yangon Galacticos full crash onto the northern point, and Nongshim Red Force look to hold. A meat grinder found through the window, but Yangon Galacticos somehow avoid the spinning blades that Nongshim Red Force will send out towards them. Smile is hunting them down, and that's 3 players already falling. Romeo the only casualty. R8 looking at third party, but not really finding too much. It's over almost before it started, and Fireflux are now in on the east side.
But Doc also hits a great shot onto Solus from Fireflux through the window, and now he can capitalize with the nade. You have, of course, Marth and R8 on the outskirts. Nades galore starting to come through. Doc still standing up with the full challenge on the outskirts. Madcap, though, great shots with the DBS, will push Doc back.
Forces it back into the inside of the building. Yangon Galacticos and R8 are dealing with each other right now, which means that this is a 1v1 on this corner of the compound, and Doc wants to try and conclude that point and play on from there. Yangon Galacticos successful on the first crash, but R8 challenging them now on the angle, playing with 3 as well. Marth retreats back up to the warehouse, and the Falcons have been marching ever closer as time goes on, but finally Narvalo has a knock sent his way, and they'll have to slow it down just for a beat.
Massive fan of R8 disengaging, going to the shed. That's going to give them a great foothold within this chaotic compound area. Meanwhile, for Kinotrope, they are in dire straits. You already got 1 player very weak and down. You've got 2 more who's also relatively weak. You've got, of course, got a team pushing up onto your location. Nowhere to hide, nowhere to go. The only thing you can do is hit the dirt. For Regnum Karya, you mentioned them underperforming. Well, look at them now. Top 8, also all 4 players alive and pushing the issue on the remaining players at Kinotrope.
Silas lands an aid right on their heads there now with 1 player left standing. They are going to try and take down Kinotrope entirely. Ooh, nearly getting that full knock, but Silas has to disengage. He is going to have to fall back to the rest of his team. Only 1 nade left, and you want to be saving that for a little bit later, especially in these open fields. They are so valuable.
Without a doubt, but they also have a drop, so that's going to be big for them as well. Falcons still on the outskirts. R8 starting to tease them a bit with a couple of shots. It's going to be tough to take down R8. Obviously, Falcons keep them at bay. You still got Yangon Galacticus, who's going to be just behind you. And for Fireflux, Madcap, I believe, is down and out, and that will be the end of Fireflux. Regardless, still a great game. In second place, they will continue to stay within top 8. Now, for Nogsham Red Force. One player remains. That's going to be Doc, who heroically stayed alive on the second floor building of where he currently is. Now, for Falcons, are they potentially making a push? Are they making a rotation? Well, no, they've got to park the bus because R8 continues to punish them.
They try and get up towards the hay bale, but the cover isn't there. Damar has been tearing them to pieces. Chunks of Falcon flying left and right as he's blasting them away here. And it's just unfriendly atmospheres out on the northwestern side. There's more to do. Marth's going to have a go. Have a crack, and now it's just the one player. No, it's the no players as Falcons fall flat on their rotate up towards the north.
Which is so disappointing. Falcons were on fire. The way they were pushing teams was excellent, and they didn't want to fully commit for this compound play. They wanted to skirt the edge, but there's just no coverage on the outskirts, right? And unfortunately, a little bit too overexposed, but good on R8 to take advantage of that moment. Now, all eyes on Regnum Karya, who have to push through an open space. Smoke so valuable in the moment. Now it's just a mad dash forward. The question is, can they even make any headway? R8, Yangon Galacticus, Doc from Nogsham Red Force is going to be looking straight at him.
Immediately covering this field in smoke. Stage 8 circle closes dead center, and that will put us on the north side of this compound. None of these teams currently have position there, so if Regnum Karya can get up to the wall successfully, they're going to have a great shot here, but they're going for the wraparound. Damar on the wall looks to try and hold his nerve, but he's already taken down in a second as well. A blast on the sidelines here for R8, and they will be torn apart. Regnum Karya with a clean roll-up and give themselves a chance for 12 elims and more into this circle. 4 elims remain, could be a 26-point game.
Absolute insanity. Regnum Karya looking so incredibly strong, down to our top 3. Doc from Nogsham Red Force to Solo, who has stayed alive as long as he possibly can, looking to play spoiler to the chances of Regnum Karya, potentially Yangon Galacticos 4 and 3, both respectively alive for those very rosters. Doc, though, give him credit, man, staying alive is just massive in this moment. And the question is, who wants to make the first move? I don't know just yet, but with the way that Regnum Karya just pushed into R8, I've got to favor him.
I'm thinking about Regnum Karya and their position and thinking perhaps they want to try and take the wall side of this compound. You could potentially be there. It's fairly nadeable, which makes it a little bit dangerous depending on what sort of utility Yangon Galacticos are going to be working with. But having that angle that controls the open courtyard to the north side of this Yangon Galacticos building would be absolutely huge. But for now, Regnum Karya going to allow themselves a little bit of time, a little bit of breathing room, get those healing ticks back up from those stims. They also don't know where this last solo player is, which means that they're probably wary as to where that off angle could be.
I like where Wild is currently at. He's going to be protecting the backside, allowing his teammates to just focus on what's in front of them. You do not want to get flanked, and there is a potential, right? Yangon Galacticus can send a player down to where Wild is currently at. That would basically spell the ending of this fight. I do have to question how annoying Doc is going to be in this moment, though. I think Doc is a solo. I really think he's going to affect the fight once Yangon Galacticus as Regnum Karya start to collapse into each other. Silas is starting to make a move, and he is taking that advanced position, which is great, but Doc knows this, and Doc is going to be opposite of him. Yangon Galacticus moving in. SayCloud and Doc potentially about to square off.
Silas opening the building. I don't think you want to step in there just yet. Doc now getting pressure put on him. Yangon Galacticos know he's there, know that this fight happened earlier, and they will take care of him. So no more annoyances from the side, but Yangon Galacticos have invested time, and the question is, what have Regnum Karya done with it? They've moved out to the north side, up and to that wall position. The nade over towards Silas drops short from Smile, and everybody's cooking them. How much more have they got left in the back pocket? Loxy with a long lob, doesn't quite connect, and another one sent over towards Silas, sees the numbers even. 3 versus 3, and Wild falls next.
All right, Regnum Karya now with the 3 versus 3, as you said. SayCloud, Smile, nades are cooking, they're throwing, but are they connecting? Well, not just yet. Loxy, though, down. Loxy down. Yangon Galacticos managed to make it happen and take the win. Regnum Karya, a heroic effort, a wonderful game, but at the end, that was the ending, man. Well done, dude. I think today the games we have been phenomenal. Regnum Karya, the champion, or excuse me, Yangon Galacticos, the champions with 9 elims, huge.
A brilliant result for them in the end. And Yangon Galacticos, happy to see that one close it down. That position that Doc held in the end, okay, a little bit more aura farming coming through from Yangon Galacticos, hitting them with the boat dance. But you know what? In the end, it felt like Regnum Karya maybe gave a little bit too much leeway to Yangon Galacticos. They played towards the back of the compound for a long time, right? They could have potentially taken control, gone a little bit further forwards. The cell closed a little bit further south than I thought it would, so it could have been a little bit more of a decision maker there, but I think getting rid of Doc was brilliant from Yangon Galacticos. Regnum Karya allowed them to transverse, though, across that compound. They could have done more. 12 elims in a second place, however, that's going to put you up on, what, 18 points on the match, and that's a great result.
Yeah, without a doubt, especially since we talked about their struggles. So a game like this, very much needed, puts them closer to that potential theoretical 70-point threshold. Regnum Karya looking so very strong. There it is. Game number 4 is done. We go to a break. When we come back, Game 5 Miramar coming your way.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tube Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Feed set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Hadi oğlum. Beraber.
Bir canı bunda.
Tamam.
Bekle oğlum, beni bekle, beni bekle. Bekliyorum. Basıyor, can basıyor mu?
Yok basmıyor. Nice! Nice oğlum lan!
بس بنيت
ورا المكان ابو علي يمين يمين
ايش بقرب
من تحت
انا نصيد نيت
وش في نايس نايس ون ها بالعب ما راح يتنوك يزعلوا بيجيب الزون
يجيب الزون بفيد ها
بيجيب الزون ها
انا بهدي ما بيك
عالرايقين خلي يموت جون
انا ما بيك انا
ايوه خلي يموت جون ولا تنوف واحد
نايس
نايس يا نايس يلا
اشرنا حجي كلنا هناك
Yangon goes absolutely celestial here from Galacticos as they have brought the big bang at the very end and getting themselves the win here at the PMWC, at the EWC. Of course, brilliant win from them coming in for the last Erangel of the day. I've got 7 as well as Neptune to talk about this one. It's absolutely intergalactic coming in from Yangon. Just space puns.
Yeah, space puns. We gotta hold space for that one for a second. Yeah, very nicely done. No, but I think they're very good. I know, that's lame. Stop it. Don't laugh at me. What I'm trying to say is...
teams are very good.
No, they're all very good.
10 out of 10
But
analysis.
are they all very good with those nades? Because Regnum were looking very good to actually just overtake and just storm through that compound. And Yangon went, I don't think so. We have nades. We have nades and we have a lot of them. We don't even need our weapons.
It sounds like you right British accent. What's going on? Actually, the more I've talked to her over this few days, she's starts talking about, I don't know about that, James. I'm like, stop it. Stop making fun of me. What's going on?
Really not.
She sounds just like you. But Yangon, I was actually really impressed with not only just the nades, the proactiveness that they showed throughout that match. I mean, even if you rewind it earlier on, the push that they did on non-ship Red Force, that was the impressive part. Them being able to now control that, making sure that the last player for non-ship Red Force backed up. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, 19 points for that team. And Regnum Karya, the way this team was playing Neptura, just towards the north, sweeping everything, getting all those eliminations too.
I really loved how they played this. A 1-3 split through the field, just trying to hedge all their bets against the other teams in the field. And then we were talking about the smoke road that they were doing, that blockade of smokes, not telling any team where they're going at any one time. They were like, we're not going to hint at anything. You have no idea where we're going next. And it worked very well for them.
Definitely, as all these teams are getting ready to get into Miramar now as well, but we've got more to talk about, of course. That compound, that farm compound, non-ship Red Force, of course, technically early on has the lockdown on this compound, but it's a case of, do you have it too early? Because for me, 7, it felt like the rest of the lobby knew exactly how to dismantle them.
Let's break it down. Let's break it down a little bit. No, the thing is, I agree with you, but I feel like that team just fell asleep in a way because they got an R8 being able to be the first team that pushed them, right? And then they kind of gave away that warehouse. After that, the team was just super passive. They created pretty much a nice little 2-2 between those teams.
Yeah.
Okay, you stay over there, we stay over here, and they just weren't ready for any type of push. And that's when Yangon Galacticos just took full care of it. Like, you need to see that proactiveness. And I was actually hoping that Regnum Karya was going to end up winning this match because they were being so proactive. Not only just with the sweeping, as you mentioned, the smokes that they put out as well, but the reaction of Yangon Galacticos there towards the end, making sure they swept around as well, got all the nades ready, got all the knocks, is what got them the win.
Yeah, and I want to go back just a little bit further back into the mid game, right? Yangon making that initial push. I have so much to say about that because Nongshim really fumbled there, right? You had R8 with that one solo, Damar coming into the compound. Nobody was touching that compound. Everybody was too scared of it, right? Damar comes in and goes, actually, I'm going to test the waters a little bit. And Biddy's like, oh, my bad. Sorry. Didn't know you were there. It's cool. And he immediately backs off. So R8 see that, go, oh, well, they're not really all that scary. They push in, Yangon go, oh, they've given them all that space. Well, we might as well sandwich them while we're at it. And Nongshim actually told the entire lobby, all the teams around them, that actually we're in a weak position, we're a weak team, we're not going to defend this, so you can come and walk all over us. And it's just in that tiny little thing of Binny just moving back slightly. There wasn't this strong push over towards Damar and shut that down immediately. If they had done that, they would have won the game, I think, because it's just nobody would have touched them after that.
Let's take a look at head-to-head here then, brought to you by the Saudi National Bank as Team Falcons in number 1 and Yangon Galacticos. A very important win for them will move them up into 8th place here, 7, as Yangon was able to wrestle away the compound from everybody else and go brr, brr.
What, how did they go?
Yeah.
But it's an impressive play. I want to see Falcons continue doing what they've been doing, because in that last game, it felt like they were maybe going to go for the winning play. It felt like they were maybe going to be the team that was actually going to end up doing what Rangnam Karya ended up doing. That wasn't the case. And you know what? Let's talk about this overall before I continue on, because Team Falcons with those 42 points and somewhat of a healthy gap there to 8th place.
Somewhat of a healthy gap, yes. A very important start to the day for Team Falcons. Fireflux obviously really yielding great results. There is one name here slightly omitted from our top 8 that really springs to mind that really isn't that really should be in our top 8. Alpha 7 Neptura still not here. I will say, from my perspective, correct me if I'm wrong, I want to know your expert opinion on this, they still look like they're not very decisive about their choices, still finding themselves on edge players and not really being able to work it out there. What do you think?
It's wild to me because it's almost like they don't know the lobby. I mean, these are teams and players that they have played against for years. And yet they're here like they're the new kid on the block going, oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't want to tread on any toes. Sorry, you're over there. My bad. It's like, you're Alpha 7. You won last year. What are you doing?
It's the decision making. The decision making is not there. We saw it earlier in Sandhog. We've been seeing it throughout. I mean, even in group stages too. Yeah. It's just not there.
It's tough. It is tough. Before we actually get into the next game, of course, we have the PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival, and it's now live, of course, this weekend from August 1st to the 3rd. Log in, summon surprise airdrops, and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. There's more to go. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, jump into the game now for your vote on your favorite airdrop partner as well. You might even score yourself some awesome surprises and gifts from them else. We also have plenty of unboxing going on here. I know Maxman's deep in the unboxing right now between games because he's not done it before. We need to get him on it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's going for it. Anyway, of course, it's now time to head over to the commentator team for all the action. It's Miramar, the Dusty Dunes. Let's go.
So there you go, beautiful unboxings leading into the final 2 maps of the day, where we will reach our halfway mark through the survival stages, and our teams will be hoping against hope and hopefully doing a little bit more than that as well to take themselves into the finals. 8 slots are there at the moment, as the desk highlighted towards the end. The indecisive, timorous Alpha 7. Uncharacteristic of them, but they are in 9th place right now. They want to end strong, and Miramar kind of is their map to do it.
That's right. Miramar is a phenomenal map when it comes to the Alpha 7 roster. They have performed well on Miramar throughout all of Americas, and I expect them to do it just here. And I've seen them pull off literally 21 elimination games on this very map. And well, this would be the time that they needed. If they get a 21 elimination game plus the win, that could very well put them well up into first place and very near to qualifying. Speaking of which, Fireflux, Team Falcons, Noxium Red Force, Power Esports, all knocking on the door of that 70-point threshold as it currently stands. Let's even throw in Regnum Karya and E Arena too. Yangon Galacticos, by the way, struggling early on, but that last win put them up in top 8, knocking Alpha 7 down, which is huge. Let's see if they can carry that momentum onto Miramar.
I mean, when you're looking at getting 70 points over the 12 matches, you're looking at maybe having 4 big games under your belt where you're starting to stretch into the teens and then keeping your lower games consistent, and that can be sort of healthy to sit, right? You're getting up above 50 points on your good games, on your 4 big games, and then in your 8 small games, you're looking to put the rest, so about 20 points up on those games, which in general is going to be very doable for those teams towards the top, right? They've already posted those numbers. They've already played 4 big games. The question is consistency, keeping those lower scoring matches under the belt nice and consistent. That is what I'm looking for. You could, of course, just, if you're Falcons, just put up a big 30-point game, 28-point game and get there already. It's just that easy. So I think they should do that, actually.
Well, talking about Falcons, that's a great narrative because look at where they land. Right next to Alpha 7, 2 giants. Of course, for the home crowd, man, that's going to be a spicy one to say the least. And, well, for Falcons, they're very comfortable and happy where they currently are. For Alpha 7, they are not. This might be the opening fight. Alpha 7 needs to gain some confidence.
It's all on Koa as well. I think it was Narvalo, if I'm not mistaken, who didn't have a weapon in this scenario. Okay, he's managed to find himself something. Revo with the pump action around the corner. A death dealer without the armor to assuage any of the damage. Chloa gets caught and immediately flushed as well. Carrillo with the nade and the Winchester in tow. Narvalo with the UMP and the M4, so he's got the ordnance to be able to do it. A sneaky little dash out the sidelines, hops wide, and takes care of one, maybe turning off for a second. The rest of the team are there. Narvalo hits a mad drop shot to keep the Falcons in this one.
And he's going for the third. The third is right in front of him. That Squash catches the backpack, but doesn't connect the shots. Narvalo forced to reposition, pulling off a heroic effort. Now you got Redox, who's also pushing in to assist. This would be a tremendous collapse from the Alpha 7 roster, but Squash manages to drop Narvalo, but not in enough time. Redox hits the final shot. Revo will fall, and therefore Alpha 7 will be the first team eliminated.
A massive drop shot coming through from Narvalo. A huge result for them to keep the Falcons in as 3, keep them towards the top spot, and that's how you kick things off here. And Alpha 7, they're not making the front page off of this match. That is guaranteed. A second drop, hot drop did happen in the meantime. It was over in Picardo, and Rectum Kaya suffering heavily losses towards Power.
Yeah, that's tough. 2 big teams taking some heavy losses, but Falcons getting that win. Narvalo flipping the script is tremendous. Falcons should have been dead in that moment. Alpha 7 should have been leading with the squad wipe, but instead, Narvalo flips the script with the 3-piece, and that's why Falcons are currently in first place. That's why we continually talk about them. That's why they are the home team.
They have got a lot of strength to them. They lose one player, sure. But it was all on Narvalo, right? You can't take it away from the guy. We do criticize him sometimes. You know, he is French, and that speaks for itself.
Your words, not mine.
But he's absolutely nailed that, to be fair. I could not imagine a better result coming through. That dash through the corridor caught Alpha 7 completely unawares. In that moment, they had their heads spun, and they just weren't able to get undizzy enough in time to be able to pull that one back together. It was absolutely insane. And just as we talked about Alpha 7 being strong on Miramar as well.
It's ironic, isn't it? Really, the caster curse comes full-fledged, full sends, but getting out of that hallway, that I firmly believe Alpha 7 wins that fight. Narvalo doesn't pick up that many elims, but yeah, getting out, disengaging, and really keep spinning the heads of Alpha 7 was just tremendous. We obviously look at Power in this moment, a replay, seeing what happened to Regnum Karya at the very beginning. Al-Haji getting active, taking one down in conjunction with his teammates, of course, and Regnum Karya being put into the blender. Some extra shots. Power filling themselves today, and rightly so. You look at their group play to their survival stage play, night and day difference.
Absolutely. I mean, that for Regnum Karya, that felt like what should have happened to the Falcons, right? In that scenario, it is the exact scenario that you imagine. Regnum Karya, they lose a player, and they all go, "Ooh, I'm hiding. Maybe I get a trade." Not Narvalo, and he's able to pull that one back. And we've banged on enough about him, but it was pretty poggers, as they used to say.
All right,
that's a historic.
Now you're getting wild.
That's an old reference. That's an old reference. That one now.
That is an old reference,
fossil.
indeed. That is a fossil. But I mean, honestly, we talked about it. Last thing I'll say, that could very well be the play of the day, without question. With the play of really,
the Falcons are doing well today, man.
Without a doubt. Falcons have flipped the script, and it's so great to see that. I spoke with Peck, right, the coach of Team Falcons, and he said it, look, we still feel comfortable. If we go to survival stage, we're okay with that. Naturally, they don't want to, and they didn't want to. They wanted to go from group play straight into Smash Point format, but, it is what it is. They go to survival stage to make the most of it, and they are clearly doing the best they possibly can. And, well, for this roster, too, on your screen, Nox from Red Force been so very happy with their Day 2 group play performance, and their survival stage performance is phenomenal. The question was, could they keep up that energy? Well, they absolutely have. Loxy, last alive. We obviously saw what happened to Regnum Karya just a little bit earlier. Loxy will continue to fight out in the desert as hard as he possibly can.
Just a solo, though. A lone ranger in the Wild West. Let's hope he can keep things together. But he's got basically nothing as well, right? This is the downside. He had to evacuate Picardo on the double, and he just didn't have time to really get anything on board. No meds, no utility, limited armor, ammos, that sort of thing. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Regnum Kai going down in the next few minutes, especially with teams moving so central as it stands to the east side of Montenuevo, out over towards Picardo as well. A lot of teams have started to conglomerate. We'll see if that is going to have an impact on Loxy's survival stakes.
Yeah, I think he's pretty cooked at the moment, but you know what? Loxy's still up. We've seen solo players make an impact, but the rest of the story has to be on the remaining full-fledged rosters. Plenty of teams with 4 and 3 themselves. The Arena, who's had a standout day, top 6, well on their way into potentially Chumacera, maybe over towards where Kinatrope is currently at. Still plenty of real estate within the stage, within the zone. No reason to get too antsy at the moment. I do focus my attention, though, towards Vision, Influence Rage, Aura, intense game. The area up towards the top is starting to get quite contested.
It is getting chock-a-block right now on the northwest side of Picardo, up towards those hills and power grid. Not really too much breathing room here. And it is teams like Vision that need to get a go right now. Next circle just coming on through in a moment. Looking at the teams around the edge, you've got AXTMG trying to push in from Graveyard, R8 sweeping north, Gamax leaving from Los Leones. Not too many teams actually have to move because of this. I'm going to be interested to see how the Falcons get in here, because they're right next to Aura, where it seems like Narvalo's going to scout out their approach on the north edge of Montenuevo.
Narvalo, the hero, the reason why Falcons are still currently playing. Getting on Galacticus opposite of Kinatrope, putting out some damage, actually some great damage. We go back to the initial start, and you notice Alpha 7 are clearing out Team Falcons until Narvalo clears the hallway, drop shot for the second, and then picks up the last remaining member in the corner of Squash and pops off. You know, seeing emotion from the players really pieces it all together. You can see how much that moment meant for Team Falcons.
My God, just the weight of the sheer brass bollocks on that player to hit that drop shot.
Absolutely.
It is unbelievable. And Ralph, very proud. You saw there that Ralph was absolutely thrilled with the result of that one. So a brilliant play coming through from them, and they're probably still going to be feeling themselves as they carry on with 3. E-Arena, though, with a challenge of their own now to deal with. It is Influence Rage, trying to keep things under control, but they've only got 2 players on the side for Influence Rage, and there's a third party off to the north from Vision.
One of our first battles for center zone control. And you mentioned that third party. Well, Power is going to take down Mormon. Diego starts to answer back. A much needed answer through the window. Snips it out. E-Arena, we'll see you later. Influence Rage took some damage. They lose 2 players, but good on them for staying up. And, well, you had Power with the third party off in the distance. Vision, as you mentioned, on that hilltop. The good thing is for Influence Rage, they are quite literally dead center. Despite them not having the man advantage in multiple fights, there's no reason for them to move. But Team Vision, same scenario. They're not going anywhere. And once Diego and Level, if they do have to leave that hardcover POI alone, any of the members from Vision, they're going to be ready.
Vision on this high ground with suppressive shots out a lot of different directions here. It is a question of extracting value. You know, can you take to the mines and bring up some gems, or are you just going to be taken down with a big split, a lot of open area around you, maybe not managing that threat correctly? With only 2 points so far today, it seems like they haven't really got the wherewithal to hold a split like this. If you're going by the results that they've seen so far, as teams start to push in, their mettle will be tested, and we'll see if they can weather the storm.
Benny's been in the dirt for quite some time, hanging out, scouting. Team Vision just up ahead. You also have Loxy in this area too. This hilltop, quite deadly. And Benny setting a trap very slowly, but once he springs it, Vision very well could lose a player, maybe even 2. A bit of a shift, not too much changes for Influence Rage, Power, Vision. They're still going to be chilling where they currently are at, and we'll have to see how this hilltop fight is going to end up unfolding. Such a critical spot that teams want to lock in. And well, you mentioned Team Falcons earlier, rotating out from the outside, coming in. They are quickly moving in, and Influence Rage has started to fire some shots on Team Falcons.
I think Falcons have just lost one on the approach there. Yeah, you can see they're now on 2 players. They tried to crash in towards Power. It's not going well. Right now, Power's split is bold, but it's working. They have got that western point held down and easy all the way out to the eastern side with 4 players alive. It looks like they are going to go for that regroup, so they aren't going to try and get too bold with it there. They've extracted the value from the corner compound, and they're just going to retreat off it. I think that's sensible, and they are going to be able to make out like bandits with 5 elims, and now a position on the east in a very central location.
Very much indeed. Team Power looking so strong. Team Falcons taking the shack. I never liked this spot. John, I'm not a favorite guy for the shack, man. His spot is rough. I call it the Dev Shack. IG is going to keep them in check, but that's where the Falcons decide to stay. As far as I'm concerned, any point Falcons get from this moment is a miracle. Every single point Falcons is able to accumulate is simply due to Narvalo. So we'll take the victories. We'll take the W's where we can get them. But for IG, hanging out at the moment. Horta, though, curious what they do from the outside looking in, because you got No Fear and co, who's going to be on the advanced position. And, well, they can simply push up into Falcons IG a little bit later on. For Yangon Galacticus, the winners, though, of our last game, Kinatrope keeping them back, forcing Yangon Galacticus to go all the way into Papa Blue and reposition.
God, that's a throwback, Papa Blue. Okay.
That's it. I'm bringing it back, baby.
Oh, dear. Uh-oh. Yangon Galacticos got to re-rotate out on this one onto the south side, and Romeo dips back in. It's only stage 3. We are going to see them sent on in. Maybe scouting towards Kinatrope here, who are rotating out to the southeast side, but not. Too bold to their south side. Teams are going to put pressure on towards Kinatrope so they can take the time to deal with this.
Smile swings it quite wide. Kinatrope keenly aware of Yangon Galacticus' position and where they are rotating to. Bit of a pause on that fight. I think both of them, instead of engaging onto each other, specifically from Yangon Galacticus pushing up that hilltop for the fight's not going to be easy, so they wait for the next stage to pop. They might have an advantage here, and they will. They should be able to take over the hardcover POIs just on the edge of where the current stage is at, or maybe they could just go ahead and go a little bit deeper. But for them, now having that hardcover POI, gatekeeping Kinatrope could be huge. And for SayCloud, I think he's setting the trap.
I mean, he's close enough to take these shots. He's close enough to take this fight. The question is back up, and the question is, what pace do Kinatrope take towards it? Falcons under pressure now. They're 2 players alive, but for how much longer? Narvalo knocked. R8 want to try and circle in. Ralph now the last to stand. 9 rounds in the chamber. None of them are going to connect. A nice little do-si-do sidestep from R8, and that is the Falcons out of the running. They get 4 points on the match. They'll be okay with that. 46 points, not a terrible way to end match 5.
Well, for the second game in a row, R8 will take down Team Falcons. They did it just on Erangel, map 4. They do it again here on map 5, albeit again, Team Falcons staying alive as long as they did, pulling out the heroic fight against Alpha 7. We'll give them their flowers despite the early exit. Falcons did exactly what they needed to do. For SayCloud, he split from his team. Yangon Galacticus has sent their other 3 away, relatively split up. SayCloud said, I'm staying back. I want to try and attack Kinatrope if I possibly can, but I believe Final is keenly aware that there is a straggler of SayCloud hanging off in the distance, but that fight still hasn't unfolded just yet, but I'm sure it's going to happen eventually.
Horta on the west side. 4 players alive, mounting up now. Make a decision, make your call, and let's go for it. Waiting for teammates to heal up a little bit, and they go up towards the high ground, taking a little bit of flak from across the way, but their rotate continues. They're heading straight on in towards the circle here from the west edge, and they've just got to pull short up on the road, so a small rotate here. They're playing it in dribs and drabs.
Kinatrope has finally started to move. Yangon Galacticus says our trap didn't work. We'll reposition. live to fight yet another day. But over here, we got Fireflux fighting off against Noxum Red Force. Madcap, player that was truly instrumental deep into the last end zone before. He's down. Now Noxum Red Force have a tremendous advantage, especially with Tizzy with the off angle. The question is with Scarface, he's been spotted, but I believe with that off angle, he might actually hurt Doc and Tizzy quite a bit if they try to rotate into Solus and Catch.
Madcap actually naded himself in that engagement, which is, look, that's bad, right?
I would say
you don't want to be doing that. That generally ends in disaster. Of a Fireflux losing a player in this compound, they had the numbers advantage. Sure, they maintain it, but it could have been a 2-to-1. Now, engagement. Scarface actually sending away, and I at this point, yeah, fair enough. I think this may be smart for Fireflux. Allow Noxum Red Force to hold that longhouse for you. You know you've got power to your south. You want to try and hold face because third parties, they're going to come at you thick and fast if you get a little bit too spread thin.
Yeah, he's got a great line of sight too. Noxum Red Force, if they do move out of this spot, they should be spotted. Fireflux taking over the shed. That's going to be great for them. Power most likely going to be the Grim Reapers of everyone in that engagement. Onto Hora. They spot out Kinatrope, fire a couple of shots. Kinatrope quickly as can be, trying to rotate out. They finally make do, but off in a distance, you've got another solo from Kinatrope, who's firing down on Hora, keeping them to the ground. Gamix also up ahead, and Kinatrope has to fight off.
Power's position just keeps getting better and better with these circle shifts. Dead center, control of compounds, hillsides to play around as well. They're out in the open a little bit, but they've got so much maneuverability, and the teams around them have got none. That northern side, Visions are going to have to leave their high ground position that they've held for so long. And Loxy, who's been solo since that drop, is going to have to do the same. He's dead now, will not be playing on into this one. So from the north side, it's just Vision who have to make their dash. But the western edge is about to get chaotic. There are 4 teams looking to push on in from this location, and Gamex are going to look to stop them all.
What a No Fear taking down the vehicle. That's going to leave one of the member from Kinatrope out in the open. He can't really disengage from this fight. No Fear is keeping his head down. And it's going to be up to, of course, Kinatrope to try and get this player out of there. The van starts to roll in. Do they hop in for a quick disengagement? They're going to need to. The question is, where do they go? Because Gamix hold the hardcover POIs just in front of them. But if they can somehow distance themselves from Hora, they can live to fight another day. But I got to be honest with you, I don't like where Kinatrope is currently at.
The question is, can Gamex do this hold, right? Can they actually make it work? On the 5 matches they played today, 6 points only. The similar story back in the group stages. This is a team that has really struggled in this tournament. So I do wonder if they're going to be able to execute this hold in the same way that I'd have confidence that other teams could. A brilliant spray from Ozzy-san to find the knock over towards Ora, and once again entrenches them down in this ditch. They're going to have a really tough time. They're going to leave Jiggle, see how far they can go. No Fear on foot, has to try and march his way on into this one, but it is just a hail of bullets he's met with.
But do they know where he's currently at? Do they know he's going to be on foot? Ozzy-san really IG rolls in. Hora might be totally dismantled, and IG does exactly that, and now they can focus their attention on the remaining members who's going to be up top for Kinatrope. Final, big nade 3 down. Rafa, what are you going to do in this moment? Anything? Can he even get out? I don't think so. The fact that Kinatrope has turned the fight, turned the tides in their favor is tremendous.
17 tons of death crates in the area. Everybody's going down. Kinatrope looking to try and stay alive across the road, but they've still got to go a little bit further. Everybody needs to look both ways on this one, and it is just hell for leather as these bullets storm their way on in. No Fear spraying down, but it is Ora, I think, the only team to actually still have a representative alive, but the blue zone's going to push them out, and that is that. On the western edge, nobody makes it out.
Insanity. We lose 3 teams just like that. IG blew that fight wide open, pushing in full send. No one was expecting that. I didn't even catch it until it was going down. I couldn't imagine how Kinatrope and Hora was feeling in that moment. But hey, our Americas region teams are highly aggressive, and that was a great representation of it. IG full send straight in. Well, that clears up quite a few players, and now we focus our attention. Influence Rage Diego from a distance, keeping the pressure on to R8.
Central circle shift pops up for us, and again, over towards Power. They are going to look to keep this farming up on the points now with the 42 that they currently have. They want all that they can get out of this one. feel themselves nice and safe in towards the rest of the day. They've got 5 elims already on this match, and nobody really stepping their toes anywhere near them. Yangon Galacticos at this stage, I think, is their major threat. From this south side, the approach could be taken control of if they can get rid of AXTMG on 3 players on that south side.
It's up to Romeo to call that out. Hey, Henry, Cyrex is going to be just behind us. Do we want to push the issue and take them down? Gatekeep them if we possibly can. My only concern would be power dead center, but hey, either way, they've got to deal with one or the other. Maybe even challenge Gamix, only because even though they're in a great spot, we know they are potentially a weaker team for Yangon Galacticos to push into. And with Influence Rage, firing some shots in a location, it might very well be doable. But the question is, I have for you, where does Influence Rage go from this moment, right? They only have a handful of members left. They've been shooting at R8. Clearly, R8 is going to fire at them when they decide to move in. But I think for Influence Rage, there's really nowhere safe to go.
I mean, you're going to have to play terrain at this point, right? They do have a couple of vehicles, and it's not out of the question that they could crash to the shack that sits to the southwest of Vision, north of Power, but that's a dangerous run out, and R8 are definitely going to take shots. Little boy might be going for it, though. He's mounting up, he's moving. In the meantime, Diego trying to keep some shots, keeps the suppressive fire on, but he eats a bullet too many, and he is sent down into the dirt. A forward position, though, found, and Little Boy will be playing that terrain.
Yeah, I think for Influence Rage, they understood, look, R8's going to be an issue. Hopefully we can get it down. If so, it gives us more leeway to rotate in, but it just doesn't happen. You mentioned Yangon Galacticos pushing in to AXTMG. That's exactly what they do for just a little bit, but eventually back away. But the good news is for 2 players, at least SakeCloud and his duo, they managed to push a little bit deeper towards that airdrop. And now for AXTMG, there's really nowhere they can go that's safe.
Power takes shots out towards Henry. He's down, he's flushed. Cyrex now looking to potentially regroup towards Devotee, who's trying to suppress Yangon Galacticos in turn, but will not be able to connect on the spray down. Cyrex up to the roadside now, and actually doesn't want to stop there. Gathering momentum, he's going to divert across and play on top of AXTMG's outpost. Devotee has his team regrouped towards him.
Smile drops. Great shots from a distance. AXTMG refusing to budge. They may not have the numbers, but they've got the heart and are utilizing it as much as humanly possible. A team that needs to claw their way up the standings, currently in 14th with 8 points. That's simply not going to be enough, but with 2 more games remaining, this being one of them, they understand what's at stake. They understand what they need to do. Power in such a beautiful spot, still dead center, all eyes on them. But of course for Lil Boy, 2 players from Gamix up ahead. He lost his duo just a little bit earlier. Full Sin, Panda's out, and Lil Boy is looking to challenge.
Oh, with the pan, you're kidding. Doesn't quite connect, just a little bit to the side. I would have loved that. That would have been beautiful, but no, not to be. Doesn't have any nades, and he has been tagged now by Gamax, who is standing up on the ridgeline, but Power know this ridge is here, and they have to push a little bit further. Standing up, just getting sprayed down time and time again. Are they going to invest more nades? I don't think so. And they're taking shots from Power, who have been in the middle of this circle for the longest time. That's going to continue, and it's Yangon Galacticos with the side swipes. Another player goes down, and Gamax are falling flat once more.
And Lil Boy's just having the time of his life. Still looking at R8, the Grim Reapers, to his duo just a little bit earlier in Diego. For Gamix, that's 2 points in front of you. Lil Boy, I understand you're going for placements points. You're trying to stay alive as long as humanly possible, but make a move.
You hope so. But standing up, I mean, you could see immediately how Romeo would spot Lil Boy as soon as he crawls too far forwards with no nades either. It's just too dangerous here. The Molotov on the tree. Lil Boy's chilling. And Gamax are going to get pushed in, but so is Lil Boy.
Yeah, just a tough situation for both, right? For Gamix, for Lil Boy. Really know where they could go, and here comes the blue zone starting to engulf Gamix as they just crawl forward. And well, eventually, boys, you just got to go for it. You just got to move. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Surprisingly, Lil Boy, though, does have a line of sight potentially onto R8 to his left, which would be big, but he's going to focus his attention onto Gamix, and the first victim underway. Oh, he's taken down.
Oh, it's going to be on the swivel there. That was Krona to be able to keep them alive, but Influence Rage will fall. It looks like Gamax are going to be falling fairly really soon as well, as Krona had to stand up and give his position away to R8, who rotated down to the western side. They're playing on us too, and they do not have too many more options than this. There's Yangon Galacticos yet again to pick themselves up. Romeo got rezzed in the meantime, and again, this south approach was really the only chance of taking Power down, but Vision have actually cleared out the northern side. I thought they'd have a little bit more trouble with it.
R8 might be moving straight into him. There's so many line of sights, whether it's Power, Yangon Galacticus, you're really never safe, and well, it is good. The cat's going to be out of the bag. R8's been spotted. Vision knows exactly where they are, and they also know it's just going to be a duo. For Yangon Galacticus pushing forward, Power's got the hardcover POI. They've been sitting here for the longest time. They're on 8 eliminations. They're going for double digits, and I see no reason why this game doesn't go to them with the highest scoring elimination lead.
The question is, when do these teams crash around the edge? R8 concluding on the north side with Vision. If Vision can take this one down cleanly, 2 crashes onto Power's position at the same time could be disastrous, but that needs Vision to stay alive. And R8 are really reticent to let that happen. Never Alone steps out, sprayed down, and R8 are chewing through them now. Volt the last to stand for Vision's on the northern edge. Needs to keep himself together. The nade goes up on high towards Prestige, but they split the difference. Will find a knock. No, not quite. And they know it now exactly what tree he's playing behind. It's only a matter of time.
Only a matter of time indeed. Volt needs to hit a miracle nade. It's cooking, it's thrown, but it's been dodged. And Volt still in dire straits. Vision, too much tunnel vision onto Power up ahead. They forgot about R8, even though they had to have known the duo was there, but they didn't respect them enough. And because of that, once they started firing up Power up ahead, R8 took the opportunity to third party themselves, and now it's an absolute disaster for Vision.
And this is so annoying for Yangon Galacticos as well. They needed that opportunity, right? If R8 go down cleanly, there's a chance that Power lose to 2 full 4 pushes. You play for a second place, but now as it stands, Power can just take these shots for free down towards the south side, and immediately they're starting to open the cannons towards Yangon Galacticos. That approach is getting dangerous, but Verdun is traded away, and Power lose a player.
They lose one, but their position is still very, very strong. Yangon Galactica is going to have to fight even harder, especially now with one more dropping off. That leaves them with just 2. For Vision, a slight recovery. The revives are starting to come in. The tree being really the savior for Vision in this moment. Now, granted, that is only important against R8. I still feel once they start to apex that hill, Power is going to take their heads off.
Yeah, it's really nasty stuff here. 3 nades in hand for SayCloud. It looks like they don't have too much more smoke to work with. They're looking out for R8. They've seen Prestige, but the nades from Power are just going to ring on over this ridgeline. That Molotov is beautiful. Might push them into the blue zone, and they'll go down to it. A nice result for Yangon Galacticos either way, getting into a top 4 off the chicken dinner. But Vision, they're still going, like you said. They managed to find a little bit of recovery, but they are still struggling, it seems, on the northern side with 9 elims.
9 elims, great game nonetheless. You got to give them their flowers where flowers are due. Vision, where do you go from here? You just got to push forward. You got R8 to your right. Alhaji now starting to get active, getting a forward position onto Team Vision. Marcelo as well. Alhaji's down. Did Power just throw this game away?
Oh, I don't know about that one. It is still a lot of pressure onto Vision. They will fall, but now it's a 2 versus 2. Inside the building, Power is going to start to lose pressure very, very quickly. Ragnar needs to find a way out. So does Easy. These walls have now turned into their prison, and the ankle is swept underneath the vehicle there. It's all up to Easy now in a 1 versus 2. All right, look at her turn things around, but the res can come through, and Alhaji being back on his feet could be crucial.
R8 from Team Falcons, they continue to push forward, they take down Vision, and now they're looking to take the game in sensational fashion. Only 2 more players remain up ahead. Power able to recover just for the meantime. A true 2v2. Easy's moving out, he's taking damage, he's now taking damage, he's now up close and personal with the team of Power. Prestige though, refusing to back down, hitting the shots needed as Power starts to collapse. And is it R8? Yes, it is, as they take a tremendous victory, taking it away from everyone.
Power Esports had the center of the zone for so long, and as soon as the blue zone shifts them out of it, they crumble. That is a great result for R8 to pick up the pace here towards the end of their first day here in the survival stage. but there are still some other good results out of that match. You got Vision starting their journey, seemingly asleep for the first 4 matches. Match number 5, they open their eyes. You've also got to look over towards Team.
Well, I mean, I'm even looking at Power with the 2nd place. Double-digit elimination.
That's what I was thinking of, Power.
Double-digit elimination.
I completely blanked.
Without a doubt. I mean, R8, what a victory, and I cannot wait for the Nest to break it down. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the final game, one survival stage, will be underway.
If you run into trouble, just... Aha! In the mood for some fun? When's the battle starting? I can't wait!
Team match, let's go.
Blue team has scored! First time!
Watch out! Mark the location. Watch out! Red team! Reloading! Watch out! Cover me! Red team is in the lead. Reloading! Cover me! Reloading! Cover me! Watch out! Reloading! 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 Down! Mark the location. Cover me! Mark the location.
Be careful. You're losing the game.
Watch out! Mark the location.
Team match. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh.
Scored for the first time.
हाँ तो बोलो क्या चल रहा है आज क्या बोल रहा है पॉइंट्स टेबल कौन है टॉप पे हम्म हम्म फाइनल में कितनी टीम जाने वाली है 16 सही है अरे भाई हाँ अरे भाई सऊदी का और कतर का एक ही है ना। हम्म। और कितना प्राइस पूल है? जाएगा वो। 14 नंबर पे चांस नहीं है भाई। वो एक मैच में बाहर निकल सकते हैं। टॉप 10 में रहते तो चांस रहता। हम्म। हम्म। अरे आज वो पिस्टन वाइटी है ना, उसने बताया सऊदी का एक बंदा है, उसने लीक्स निकाल के दिए है 4.0 के कैसीनो भी कमी आ ही रही है। वो बोला कंफर्म है। उसने पिक्चर दिखाई, वो बोला जब तक बीटा का ऐसा ऊपर मैसेज नहीं ना आता है वो अल्टीमेट सेट के, तब तक कि वो आता नहीं है। उस बंदे ने वो मैसेज के साथ दिखाया है। हम्म। 31 तारीख को सबके पास बीटा आने वाला है। जो जो वो निकालते हैं ना लिंक्स, उनके पास। लेकिन 100% तो आ रही है, इसलिए दिक्कत नहीं है। ज्यादा वेट नहीं करना पड़ेगा। M4 के लिए भाई 2 महीने में आ जाएगी। कैसे? हम्म। अरे लेकिन ये जो हम्म, ये जो रिफाउंडर क्रेट आती है अपने पास, इसका ये शुरुआत का ये जो ग्रेफिटी ये रहता है, उसको निकालने में कितने पॉइंट जाते हैं? हाँ। हाँ। मैंने एक बंदे को मैंने 3 मटेरियल निकाल के दिए थे बड़े वाले। लेकिन मेरे को घंटा कुछ नहीं मिला था, मेरे को 4 मिनी मटेरियल मिले बस उसमें से। किसमें? हम्म। शुरुआत की ग्राफिटी में ना।
I need a weapon.
अभी के 30-40 हजार ही पॉइंट बन रहा है। 30-35 हजार। और ज्यादा पॉइंट करूंगा उसके बाद खोलूंगा अल्टीमेट सेट के टाइम पे, ये M4 निकालने के बाद। चार नंबर ने नाम क्या रखा है? और मैंने क्या रखा है? मैंने बनाए हुए क्लैन का क्या हाल चल रहा होगा क्या मालूम।
Watch out!
अरे एक स्क्वाड, अरे फुट्स की नहीं आए इनके। अरे भाई गन मिल जा। फिनिश भी दे दिए। अरे देखा था मैंने, हवा में तो देखे ही नहीं थे। आपको भी माइनस नहीं लगेगा क्या मैंने सरवाइव करने पे? वही ना। किसको? डीबीएस को? अरे आई थी, चला था तो तब, लेकिन जब से उसमें जंग लगाए तब से नहीं चला था। हाँ, एक मिनट रुको, मैं आता हूँ, थोड़ा काम है। क्या करे, रुके आगे जाए। ठीक है।
तेरी पल की जोन में जाकर लेट जाओ। यही वाला कप मॉडल करो।
हाँ, इसे मैं जाकर रुकने वाला हूँ।
इसमें मत जाओ, ये वाला सामने वाला जाओ, लेफ्ट वाले में। इस तरह सामने से बंदे दिखेंगे।
Awesome.
ये घर चेंज करो, उसी में जाओ, उसी घर में जाओ, उसी घर में जाओ, उसी घर पीछे वाले। आराम से लेट जाओ, लाइट से पड़ेगी नहीं तो। भाई आईएफ ने इतना खतरनाक चिकन डिनर निकाला मेरा मान। ये सऊदी के 4 बंदे अलग थे पावर वाले। भाई साहब 2 बंदे ने मिलकर पूरी सरवाइव किया, प्लस में चिकन तक निकाला। 2 बंदे बस। खतरनाक गेम किया उनका, मजा आया गेम देख। निकलो 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 निकलो। वाहन एक काम करो, लेफ्ट से जाओ। नहीं नहीं, राइट ही जाओ, राइट ही जाओ, राइट जाओ, राइट जाओ, राइट। राइट में थोड़ा थोड़ा वो गड्ढे साइड है, राइट में निकल बेटा आराम से कवर। ज्यादा राइट मत जाओ, एकदम स्ट्रेट में जाओ। राइट में गाड़ी फट रही है, राइट में। गाड़ी ब्लास्ट का साउंड आया मेरे।
ऊपर के साइड यहाँ पर।
राइट में होंगे बंदे, थोड़ा आराम से। एक तरफ क्यों देखते रह जाते हो यार। लेफ्ट जाओ। ये पत्थर के सामने ठीक
मैं
सामने
सामने
रखो।
वाले में जाने वाला हूँ।
तो ये छोटा वाला शेक में पकड़ो, ये छोटा वाला शेक पकड़ो।
हाँ
अभी 1 मिनट टाइम है। वो कंप्रेसर है।
Awesome.
बंटी मेरे पास कितना टाइटल पड़ा है, मैंने टाइटल ही नहीं लगाया। अब तो कौन सा सीजन का टाइटल है? 24 एज टर्मिनेटर।
टॉप 20 हो गया।
हम लोग रैंडमली मिले थे नहीं सौरभ भाई?
तो फिर क्या, रैंक पुश रैंक पुश।
कौन से सीजन का वो भी याद नहीं मुझे। मरावत भाई से भी रैंडमली मिला था। मेरा नाइट ड्यूटी होता था ना, तो सुबह में उनका ड्यूटी खत्म होता है तो वो खेलते थे, ठीक है। वो सिखावत भाई उनके दोस्त लोग, सिखावत भाई की वजह से मैं उनको जानता हूँ बस। उधर जाओ आगे वाले ये छोटे वाले कंपाउंड। टाइम नहीं है, 45 सेकेंड्स। नहीं इधर बंदे नहीं होंगे, बंदे जोन होल्ड करेंगे। ऊपर जाओ ऊपर जाओ, नहीं 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 ऐसे मत जाओ, कंपाउंड से पड़ेगी। इसी वजह से आपका भी कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं गए। राइट देखो, पूरा लेफ्ट क्यों देखो, सामने वो गाड़ी, सामने बंदा, लेट के मारो गाड़ी के पास। चलो वो शेक में जाओ जल्दी, लेटो। राइट भी देखो, उधर भी मत देखो, बस चारों तरफ देखो। अभी कहाँ से बंदे आएंगे कुछ पता नहीं। आपको नहीं दिख रहा, मैं देख के बता रहा हूँ, इसीलिए कभी कनकरा नहीं किए। सोचो मैं कौन को कर रहा था ना, पूरा दिन गुस्सा रहता था बस। अब मेरे को बस इसी टाइम में टाइम मिलता था। सुबह में ड्यूटी जाता था, रात को खेलता था, रात के लेट नाइट तक 1 बजे तक खेलता था मैं। फिर सुबह 8 बजे उठ के 6 घंटे की नींद पूरी करके फिर ड्यूटी, खाना वाना खा कर नहा कर फिर ड्यूटी। एक दिन खेलता था ना तो एक दिन सोता था, वैसा करके 5 टाइटल लगाए भाई। इम्पॉसिबल इम्पॉसिबल था टाइटल वो, लेकिन फिर भी आपका भाई ने लगाया 5, वो भी कंटिन्यू। उस टाइम में ये कॉम्बो बहुत चलता था मालूम। नहीं 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 मत देखो मत देखो, मतलब कितने का सीजन है, 10 का।
लोकेशन नहीं देने वाला हूँ अभी,
नहीं नहीं देने का भी नहीं।
जोन कटने तक वेट
भाई
करूंगा।
जोन कितना छोटा है, बंदे देखो कितने, 18 बंदे हैं। हाँ जोन में हो।
ओके जोन में है।
लेफ्ट में बंदे
अभी
आएंगे।
फाइट होगी।
नहीं नहीं लेफ्ट में बंदे होंगे, लेफ्ट में पीछे साइड, पीछे पीछे। यार फोन का लेफ्ट राइट आपको समझ नहीं आता क्या? क्या बात करते हो, एक हाथ से खेलते हो क्या?
नहीं दोनों।
हाँ तो लेफ्ट हैंड का लेफ्ट राइट हो गया, राइट हैंड का राइट हो गया। ये तो कम से कम ध्यान रखो, लेफ्ट राइट। चलो भाई मैं तो बोलूंगा पीछे साइड करो। नहीं 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 थोड़ा लेफ्ट में ही देखो।
नहीं जोन पे
ये
एच पे
ऊपर से आएंगे नहीं ऊपर से आ
जाओ
सकते
उधर।
Marked a location.
नहीं नहीं इधर ही रहो उधर से ही आएंगे जिधर मार्क किए उधर से ही आएंगे।
ठीक है
उधर से बंदे आ सकते हैं। उधर नहीं जाओ। देखो बंदा आ रहा है लेफ्ट से मारो। आने दो आने दो। वो मॉली कर रहा है जल्दी करो जल्दी। लंका लग गए। हाँ हैं क्या हमारा ठंडा लगे बागवुड 3 दिन से चलते हो गाँव हमारा छड़ी के जो 5 दिन बाद चालू कर दिया। हाँ चला होता नहीं
ये वही स्कॉट
पैनिक हो गए ना भाई इतना इजी था इतना इजी। हाँ तू नहीं झाड़ का बच्चे देखे यार इतना इजी था सारा बार।
तो जमीर खेलेगा क्या?
मत बुलाओ छोड़ो स्टार्ट करो। रात दिन तुझको मैं याद करती हूँ हो जुदा ना हम फरियाद करती हूँ। ये देखो वीर सान
Good luck, mates. I need a weapon.
भाई लॉबी बहुत तगड़ी है ये।
के तो आराम से खेलते हैं।
आराम के चक्कर में नहीं जहाँ पे हराम हो रहा है।
माइनस लगा क्या अभी?
नहीं 6 का वो आया ना साइबर मेरा वो सर्वाइवल पॉइंट में से कटा 6।
मतलब कोई एक बंदा सरवाइव करेगा तब भी माइनस नहीं मिलता है क्यों?
नहीं मिलता इसलिए तो बोला था ना कम मिलता है ना के बराबर।
कितना मिला फिर भी?
6
3
6
है
उतरते ही मरा था।
लिमिट में मेरे को उस टाइम पे भरने पे मिलता है 14, 15, 16 का महीना।
तो सरवाइव नहीं ना करता कोई इसीलिए मिलता है इसलिए ना बोला मैं सरवाइव करूँ।
कहाँ पे प्रिजन?
हाँ करते हैं प्रिजन बंदे तो आएंगे कंफर्म।
तो फिर फिल्टर से मैं या इसमें खेलते हैं ना।
हाँ ये भी चलेगा
मेंशन से होते हुए। ये देखो दो स्क्वाड
कहाँ वो नीचे जा रहे हैं मिल्टा जा रहे हैं मिल्टा।
कोई स्क्वाड नहीं है साथ में।
अरे यार अगले अगले महीने से नहीं करना है ट्रेन। यार ये क्या जोन बना भाई।
दिक्कत नहीं है।
मैं तो बोलता हूँ दूर करते हैं ये ब्रिज ही ब्लॉक करते हैं इसकी माँ का। ए माफी मुश्किल मौत मौत इजी बादिन सुगुल।
किधर से जा रहा है? उधर जाओ आप। नहीं उधर जाओ, उधर ही आता हूँ मैं।
अरे मेरा भाईजान उठा लिया क्या? 5 कैमो मेरा। अरे 5 कैमो दो। ले साला तू बोला नहीं फिर हार ज्यादा। ले साला चूतिया ना फराया बेहतरीन था। आधा समी मारता सक्कर आधा इसी।
I got supplies.
यहाँ पे किसने लूटा?
मैंने इधर आओ इधर। भाई भाईजान तो खूब चल रहा है भाई। इतने बड़े टूर्नामेंट में भाईजान खूब चल रहा है।
अरे बाइडन का किल मैसेज तो देख लो एक बार।
चलो निकलते हैं।
रेड डॉट है क्या?
रेड डॉट है चाहिए तो ले लेना। ये टेक्स्ट
मैं फॉरेस्ट देता हूँ।
ये टेक्स्ट दूंगा मैं।
I got supplies.
चलो रेड डॉट प्लस मैग। अरे स्कोप कौन उठाया यार? ये लो। चलो निकलते हैं। कुछ नहीं है अंदर। चलो लूटेड है ऑल।
I got supplies.
भाई ग्रिप में लगता बच्चों
ये गाड़ी यार उससे बढ़िया तो यार दासिया लेकर आते हैं यार। चलो यार निकलो। चलो भाई ये गाड़ी पकड़ो। आप लोग निकलो ब्रो, ये गाड़ी पकड़ के निकलो। अरे वही गाड़ी ले चलो, दो गाड़ी चाहिए। नंबर 3 गाड़ी। गाड़ी ड्राइविंग दो। चलो भाई ब्रिज क्रॉस करना है, ब्रिज कैंप करेंगे हम लोग। लेफ्ट में बंदे होंगे, ध्यान से। बस पीछे वालों का इंतजार है। बंदे आएंगे जरूर।
पानी की साइड
कौन सी?
राइट मिल्टा वाले बंदे।
वही ना, उनका ही ना बोल रहा हूँ। 2 स्क्वाड थी, आएंगे।
गाड़ी सामने।
कहाँ? मार्क।
अरे उस साइड ब्रिज के।
हाँ
Watch out.
आ रही है।
मत दो, रुको। अंदर आने तो पूरी।
भाई फायर करना जरूरी था क्या ब्रो? क्या बंदे हो यार।
बाहर की साइड देखो।
देख रहा हूँ उसी को। क्या बंदे हैं यार ये। नहीं जाओ सौरभ भाई, सामने बंदा है। ले गया इनको। इनका गेम ही ऐसा है। सही है ब्रो तुम लोग का गेम।
Watch out.
फिनिश देता हूँ मैं।
2 फिनिश। मैं इसको लेफ्ट वाले को, राइट वाले।
Awesome. It's safe here. Awesome. Save me.
और कहाँ पे नॉक दिया था? मेरे को लगा यही बंदे है यार। कैसा है? निकलो।
क्या यार, इनकी वजह से पूरा मैच का सत्यानाश।
इन दोनों के कारण फिट है। बग्गी लेफ्ट। यही था मारने वाला। आराम से।
Awesome.
लगा हुआ है।
भाई ये लोग अगर थोड़ा देर होल्ड कर देते ना, कसम से हम लोग निकाल लेते।
निकला
वही कर रहा हूँ।
40 दिन इन्होंने उधर ही फायर दे दिया। ओपन मैच पे तब दिक्कत नहीं थी।
I'm really sorry.
नो प्रॉब्लम ब्रो, होता है। आप लोग नए नए खेल रहे, थोड़ा कॉल सुनते तो आप लोग बच जाते। अरे भाई कर लगे यार। बड़ा बेकार जगह जा रहा हूँ।
भाई बंदे
Awesome. Thanks.
जहाँ पे कवर है वहाँ पे बंदे हैं।
मालूम है।
कहीं पे भी घुसा।
भाई 20 बंदे बचे भाई, क्या भाई? ये साले फाइट नहीं कर रहे थे, लगता है। वही तो मैं देख रहा हूँ ना।
नीचे जाओ नीचे जाओ।
नहीं 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 नहीं,
राइट से एंगल बनता है।
नहीं बनेगा। आप सब सब्र करो, मेरे को भी मालूम है राइट से एंगल बन रहा है। अभी मेरे पे फायर थी, वो बंदे इधर आ सकते हैं। लेकिन गलत हूँ मैं, मालूम। मेरे को इधर से निकलना है।
वो सामने वाले घर में जाओ तो फिर। उसमें
अरे 12 के
एमो उठा लो। शॉटगन की एमो उठा ही नहीं है।
बहुत है मेरे पे, 30 है। पहले से उठा के रखी थी, मैंने से नहीं उठा था।
फिर ठीक है। मेरे को साउंड नहीं आया था एमो उठाने का, इसलिए बोला।
बंदे इधर ऊपर हैं, ठीक है। नहीं तो राइट से निकल गए। गाड़ी से क्या बंदा को मारा, पक गई है। टन टन टन। देख नहीं है।
जोन कटा।
जोन कटा, जोन का नहीं चक्कर है मुझे। ये हील है।
Let's go.
वेट ब्रो, वेट वेट।
भाई तुमने तो अपना गेम खराब कर लिया, इनको तो खेलना दो।
हमारा गेम नहीं खराब कर सकते लोग। एक तो पहले ही उनको मोमोज खा के आए। थोड़ा देर वेट करो आप लोग, थोड़ा कंबल ओढ़ने तो भाई ठंडा लगने लगा। साला इसी बंद कर दिया था भोंसड़ी मन। ये एक बंदा था जो मेरे पे फायर किया था। टाइम नहीं है यार।
ओपन में जाना गलत है, बंदा है सामने। पीछे से गाड़ी ले लो वॉक करके। वो भी निकल रहा है, देखना। तो निकला,
नहीं
मारो।
नहीं, जाने दो जाने दो। नहीं 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 नहीं।
तो लेफ्ट से निकलो पूरा। टाइम है अब पे भी। रुको रुको। डेढ़ मिनट में मारना पड़ेगा इसको।
Awesome.
वाह,
Awesome.
जाओ। घर होल्ड करो अभी। दो फटे थे क्या?
यही बंदा था।
पेटियां दो दिख रही है मेरे को।
एक बंदा वो सामने वाला नॉक किया ना।
I got supplies.
भाई उठा ले अम्मो।
मक।
Awesome.
उसको लग रहा मैं नहीं देखा उसको।
गाड़ी में बैठा है क्या? या सीट है वो?
बंदा है उधर।
सीट है,
मेरे को पिक कर
तो
रहा है।
देख रहा है।
भाई मैं फंस गया ना यार। कोई घुमा रहा है वो ट्रक, वो क्या बोलते हैं ना उसको।
क्रॉसबो।
नहीं नहीं।
के अगले वाले घर में जाओ।
नहीं जाना।
जोन एक स्मोक करने पे जोन में पहुंच जाओगे बाद में। हेलो 24
ये कतई चूतिया बंदे थे सौरभ भाई कसम से। भाई ये स्मोक नहीं लिया मैंने।
गाड़ी OH पे जाए रुक
लेफ्ट में फाइट हो रहा है, मार तो सकता हूँ।
ओके दोनों आप पे ही है
जो ना पे नहीं है, बंदे हम पे हैं, पूरी स्क्वाड है।
9 बंदे एक आप एक सामने वाला 2 गए 7 बचे 7
वो
बचे
देखो
4
वहां पे
टीम
बंदे हैं,
टीम होगी तो
देखो वहां पे बंदे हैं।
Marked a location.
वहां पे बंदे हैं।
मालूम है वहाँ पे घर है ना हाइट पे आ गया दो बंदे तम दो ही बंदे बचते हैं
ये स्टन काम करता है इस पे।
हावरक्राफ्ट पे करता है टन और स्टिकी बॉम्ब दोनों काम करते हैं चिपकते हैं वो पत्थर के पास जाकर स्टिकी बॉम्ब मारो ना उस पे दो
नहीं एक ही स्टिकी है।
हाँ फिर भी दिक्कत नहीं धुआं निकलेगा उससे
मदरचोद इधर क्या करने आ रहे हो।
गाड़ी पलटी हुई उसकी पावरक्राफ्ट आ रहा आ गया
अरे कैसे अरे यार अरे भाई क्या चुतिया था मादर चोद। बताओ इस प्यार को क्या नाम दो।
तीन को क्या नाम दो?
भाई जिसी का नाम दो कसम से।
अरे होता है, क्या ही करे।
मेरे साथ क्यों ऐसा होता है, क्यों होता है मेरे साथ यार। इसको ना कहते हैं प्यार, इसको दोगलापंती कहते हैं। भैंस डीमन।
करो रेड्डी।
एक मिनट हुआ या कालो भाई, उसको भी खेलेगा मुमकिन कल वाला।
बोलो कौन?
आइए गया
क्या मैं बोला उस प्राइम को?
प्राइम नहीं, प्राइम को मत बुलाना, प्राइम को छोड़ो यार।
हाँ?
नहीं छोड़ो यार, वो उसका उसके साथ खेलना मुमकिन नहीं जमता अपना। वो अजीब तरीके से खिलाता है।
उसका अलग ही थी।
देखो उसका वो उनका उनका डिवाइस ठीक है, ठीक है। वो सोचते हैं कि हम अपने हिसाब से खेलेंगे और हम लोग इजी कर सकते हैं। हम लोग ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, तो हम लोग का नहीं बनता, उसके साथ सीधे नहीं बैठता अपना। एक ही बंदा चाहिए ना उनको। सड़ी के ये साला मिथिक निकाल सब साले पेन पे घूम रहे हैं भोसड़ी वाले।
ये क्या सिंगल सूट?
देखो ना मैक्स के साथ।
ये जो मैं पबजी क्रेट कहता रहता हूँ ना,
उसी में आता है।
उसके ओपनिंग के टाइम पे ये अगर कैरेक्टर आ गया ना, तो सिंगल सूट मिथिक वाला, तो भाई अपग्रेडेबल गन या फिर मिथिक आउटफिट कंफर्म। तो अभी तक ग्लोबल में सिस्टम दिया है कि कैरेक्टर दिखाए रेट ओपन होने से पहले। यार में आ चुका है। मैं आपको केयर वर्जन के 100 क्रेडिट बना के दूंगा, आप खोलना, फिर आपको मालूम पड़ेगा अच्छे से। अभी 16 ही हुए हैं। गुटका चलो।
गटका नहीं, हम लोग जाएंगे यहीं पे, लेकिन लूट के निकलेंगे। इधर बंदे आना है भोसड़ी मार।
कितने स्क्वाड दिख रही है? एक आ रही है, दूर है लेकिन चांसेस है वो दूर ही आएगी।
हमारे लेफ्ट में भी स्क्वाड है ऊपर।
अरे प्लेन अटक गया क्या हवा में?
हाँ लेफ्ट में वाली स्क्वाड आ रही है हम पे ही। अरे एक ही बंदा है। जल्दी से गन लूटो।
कहाँ पर है
ये यहीं पे उतरा।
Watch out!
नहीं दिखाई दे रहा।
चलो क्या उसका?
गाड़ी भी नहीं, नहीं नहीं छोड़ो, जाने दो। देखो भाई गन उठा लिए थे हम ठठाने के लिए इसको। दरी में हमसे पड़ी है।
I got supplies.
भाई चलो गटका 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 गुटका बेचने चलो। चलो 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 निकलो निकलो निकले इधर से लूटते निकलेंगे।
I got supplies.
जाओ 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 जाओ।
दीदी चाहिए क्या दीदी? दीदी ये एटेक्स लिए।
हाँ ना यार।
एटेक्स लेके आओ, एटेक्स लेके आओ, मिने रहने।
जाओ 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 छोटो जाओ 1 HP। Come to Fortnite? मिशन नहीं करना। कल मैं कटरन रो रहा होगा।
मिशन नहीं। अरे ऑटो में से गन नहीं मिली थी, ऑटो गन तो इसी को ले लिया। M4 स्कारल बनते उसी को लेने वाला हूँ।
I got supplies.
इधर स्कारल दो पड़ी है सौरभ भाई, एमो के साथ आ जाओ।
I got supplies.
हेलमेट भी है
I got supplies.
भाई। इस 12 पे तो भारी पड़ी है भाई, तो भारी पड़ी है। वाह 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 वाह। अरे स्कारल मुझे भी लेना था यार।
किधर है भाई?
S12 के चाहिए, ये 3 S12 के इधर पड़ा है।
I got supplies.
यार तोला है रख तोला यार। 5 को एमो पैसा का चाहिए यार। ये कहाँ लेके घूम रहा हूँ? चलो उधर बाकी ले लेता हूँ। आप लोग चलो वो आप ऊपर वाले में, ऊपर चलो, ऊपर 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 मैं आ रहा हूँ। नंबर 4 उधर घोड़ी है, घोड़ी लेके आओ।
I got supplies.
ये है ब्रो।
Help.
उधर घोड़ी है ब्रो, लेफ्ट में आपके साइड घोड़ी है, लेके आओ घोड़ी। हेल्प मत करो, बाद में हेल्प करने नहीं आ पाएंगे। अरे ये कौन लूटा है?
असलम भाई उसको इसको
ये लूटेड है।
लूटेड है भाई, लूटेड है। इधर खोला हुआ है।
वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
जल्दी बैठो गाड़ी में फिर। असलम भाई चलो, आसपास बंदा होगा।
मेरा तो बग्गी में निकल रहा हूँ बग्गी से।
इसमें बैठो।
अरे बैठा के निकलो, मेरे पीछे आओ। वो बंदे इधर ही होंगे। मेरे पीछे कहाँ आ रहे हो? आगे चलो, राइट।
Thank you.
ये भी लूट के गए हैं।
तो आके रुइंस में ही होंगे।
हाँ, ये रूइंस में ही होंगे पक्का।
चलो
तो एक काम करो, हम लोग को जो होल्ड करना है यहाँ पे चलो।
Marked a location.
गाड़ी में चलो, अपने गाड़ी लेकर निकलो। बैठो।
3 नंबर कोब लेके चलो।
जाओ ना वो ब्रो, जो गाड़ी ले रहा हूँ भाई। यही हम यही।
लूटेड है।
Thank you.
देख के
पूरा लूटेड।
आगे वाले में चले क्या इधर?
बंदे हैं, पूरा लूटेड है ब्रो।
Marked a location.
बंदे देखना सारा भाई होंगे उधर। उधर भी लूटेड है पूरा।
वही देखने का ट्राई कर रहा हूँ।
स्कोप है तो
दूसरे क्या इधर?
नहीं ना, स्कोप चाहिए।
रेड डॉट चला रहा हूँ मैं खुद।
सही है।
ये बंदे घुसे हैं, निकले हैं सीधा। इनका ऐसा सिस्टम है।
बस कोचिंग के में नजमान बना।
भाई तो चंकी में ही जाएगा जो, मेरे हिसाब से।
फिर तो वाट लगेगी। गन फाइट से ज्यादा ग्रेनेड फाइट होगा।
ग्रेनेड के नाम पे नहीं, दो ग्रेनेड है
मेरे पे भी 2 है।
बैठना, देखते हैं आगे। आ जाओ। नहीं नहीं यार, रिस्क नहीं लेना, छोड़ो इधर।
होल्ड करो, होल्ड।
हाँ हाँ वही ना, होल्ड करो।
1 मिनट 1 मिनट। चलो।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, रुको, इधर रुको। मैंने ये कवर के लिए लगाया, भाई पीछे से कोई चच्चा आएंगे तो।
वाइट नंबर 4 वाइट।
अब तो निकलना पड़ेगा ना।
जाना पड़ेगा।
नहीं रुको रुको, हम बता रहे हैं। ये वाला घर होल्ड करेंगे, ठीक है? चर्च में लेकिन बंदे आ सकते हैं। बैठो सौरभ भाई।
मेरे हिसाब से यहाँ पे चलो सीधा।
कहाँ?
जोन के साइड से।
वहाँ पे
1 नंबर। हाँ
वहाँ पे नहीं तो
वहाँ से रिच पे भी जा सकते हैं।
यहाँ पे चलते ना, रिच से
तो
बंदे आएंगे ना।
करते।
उधर से बंदे आएंगे।
अरे लेकिन वहाँ पे जाने में रिस्क है बहुत।
कहाँ पे? वहीं तो रिक्स, तो इसीलिए ना इधर मार दिया। ये हम लोग थोड़ा थोड़ा करके घुसेंगे ना तो राइट से हम लोग इधर से निकल सकते हैं। देखो यहाँ पे जाएंगे,
फिर ठीक है।
यहाँ से यहाँ यहाँ हम लोग अगर जोन जैसा बनेगा ना तो ये कंपाउंड होल्ड करते निकल जाएंगे इधर मेन भी आ जाएंगे।
ठीक है, फिर दिक्कत नहीं।
चलो
चलो
चलो चलो
चलो
बस ये राइट वालों को देखना।
चर्च में बंदे ना हो पर
चर्च में होंगे एक बार और कहाँ पे जाएंगे?
बंदे हैं चर्च पे फाइट हो रही है।
अरे यहाँ पे भी पड़ोस में गाड़ी लगी है। ये देखो
इधर है, इधर स्पॉट आउट पे है भाई।
Watch out!
स्मोक है इसको।
All dead.
All dead.
I got supplies.
देखना भाई, देख के
M4 है,
घुसना फिर भी।
M4 है।
कहाँ पे नीचे?
M4 में मांग रहा हूँ आप लोगों से, आप लोग मुझे बोलो। नहीं है ब्रो, इस कार ले चलाना पड़ेगा। निकलो निकलो निकलो।
चलो अपनी गाड़ी पे चलो। नहीं ये ही निकलनी पड़ेगी।
I got supplies.
कहाँ पे है?
जल्दी 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 जल्दी।
अरे भाई एक पेन किलर तक के नहीं है।
अरे भाई मेरे को कुछ छोड़ दिया।
अरे दूसरी गाड़ी लेके आओ जल्दी। अरे आगे चले जाते थोड़ा। कोई किसी पे डबल स्कोप है क्या?
अरे इधर 4x फेंका मैंने अभी, ये रहा। उठाओ गाड़ी ले लो गाड़ी। गाड़ी स्क्वाड हाउस पे लो, ये स्क्वाड हाउस पे।
Watch out!
जल्दी जल्दी गाड़ी स्क्वाड हाउस पे लो। गाड़ी कौन किसके पास है ब्रो?
अरे 4 नंबर का था ना लाने के लिए।
वो गाड़ी स्क्वाड हाउस पे लगा।
भाई ये बंदा भी ना।
स्क्वाड हाउस।
चलो जल्दी।
क्या जोन छ?
साइड।
त्यो लेफ्ट को कंपाउंड में जानो। चलो त्यो लेफ्ट को कंपाउंड में आउने तपाईँ। यहाँ जोन छ नंबर 4। सर भाई इधर घूम रहे हो, स्मोक मिले, स्मोक चाहिए।
स्मोक चला
भाइ न स्मोक राख्नु सबैजना। मसँग 4 वटा मैले बोकेको छु। त्यही भित्र नि बस्नु है। अरे यार
अरे भाई साहब क्लोज पे आके मत खड़ा ही रहो, साइड में रहो थोड़ा।
तो ऊपर चढ़ा तो एडवांटेज मिला कि बंदे को नॉक करते गए, पुश करते गए, तो बहुत मुश्किल था वो।
30 बंदे हैं भाई।
भाई अल्टीमेट है ब्रदर, बस मैं जैसे ही चली।
गाड़ी लेके आनी है क्या आके?
गाड़ी तो अपनी सेफ ही है, हमारे फोर तो पिटेगा पक्का। मुझे नहीं जाना, मेरे को तो वो फाइट ले रहे हैं, मेरे को लालच लग रहा है कि मैं जाके घुस के मारूं, लेकिन ना ना
ना ना ना
चालू कर सकते हो गाड़ी की।
अब यहाँ अनि यो हेरेर अनि यहाँ पनि हेरेर यसमा जानुपर्छ के।
ठीक है चलो गाड़ी में बैठो जल्दी, 30 सेकंड है बस।
लेके आओ गाड़ी। नंबर
चलो।
4 नहीं आ रहा।
अरे नंबर चलो केयर करो।
उधर बंदे हैं।
क्या मार रहा है बंदा ये?
सौरभ भाई स्मोक करो, सौरभ भाई यहाँ पे स्मोक करो।
1 मिनट, हीलिंग नहीं है मेरा। Come.
Hold it.
ऊपर कोप के साइड है क्या?
हैं?
कोप के साइड?
नहीं नहीं।
अरे पीछे ऊपर देखो, ऊपर है। नहीं गलत फंसे है, सैंडविच हो गया।
राइट लेफ्ट पर गया ना हम लोग का।
नहीं 3 साइड से बंदे थे,
वही ना,
ऊपर नीचे और लेफ्ट। 2 साइड रहते तब भी संभाल लेते हैं।
साइबर रोमन। भाई रेंगर नहीं चाहिए यार। चलो अभी बहुत तगड़ी आ रही है।
एक कालू भाई का तो कॉन्करेट लगा हुआ है।
कालू सीजन 2 का किया होंगे भाई कॉन्करेट। थू 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 कोई
नहीं भाई मेरे को लगाना ही पड़ेगा कॉन्करेट। मैं अकेला ही बैठा पड़ा हूँ टीम में बगैर कॉन्करेट का।
रुक थोड़ा के ब्लॉक करता नहीं टेंशन ना ले। आगे खाली चुटिया वाली पता नहीं मेरे को थोड़ा मुंह में थूथूगा ना बड़ी बड़ी ना यार। भाई बंदे नहीं उतर रहे हैं। बंदे उतर ही नहीं रहे।
क्या मतलब है इसमें?
बंदे जंप ही नहीं करे। 60 बंदे ऐसे ही अलाइव थे।
सर 63 है। कहीं सर्वर हैकर तो नहीं है ना?
नहीं ये बाइक पड़ी है।
Marked a location.
बाइक क्या हो गया?
हाँ बाइक ले लो बाइक।
Watch out.
वो बाइक लेके आओ। चलो चलो उधर ही हम आ रहे हैं। चलो उधर ही मेंशन टैग।
I need a weapon.
Mati apa? Menyenangkan.
M4 चाहिए?
मिल चुकी है। मार कर दो इनको।
I got supplies.
4 नंबर।
Extended पे आ जाना।
अरे मार कर दो तो।
I got supplies.
लो अब गाड़ी जाते वाली कटी। त्यो कंपाउंड साइड त्यो प्रिजन को साइड में त्यो रिकॉल चले गया।
स्टार है भाई।
गाड़ी पर नहीं चलना यार, उल्टा बाइक लिए मत रहा है तो।
एक्सपायर होने के होएगा यही समझ।
अच्छा चलो भाई बैठना, उधर से गाड़ी लेके आते हैं। Number one.
उसको नहीं आना।
पापा की परी है क्या?
Thank you.
MC Boyd.
Fall back to safe zone.
कहाँ पे चलना पड़ेगा आपके हिसाब से?
जो नीचे पकड़ते हैं ना, ये धीरे धीरे कंपाउंड छोटा सा टूट के।
पिछली बार की तरह फाइट लेंगे।
ये बगे पकड़ो।
वो करो तब।
हाँ जाओ ना, तो कंपाउंड में जाओ। या बता गाड़ी ले रहा हूँ। उसका चक्का फाड़ दो इसका पहले।
Fall back to safe zone. Let's go.
चलो बैठो।
Fall back to safe zone. Let's go.
अरे बैठो यार, जो ना रहा है सौरभ भाई, छोड़ो उसको। राइट।
रेंडर आ रहा है।
बंदे हैं पूरे कंपाउंड में। साला मार तो उधर ही हो रहा है।
एक्सटेंडेड में आ गया। ऊपर सा फिर आयो टीम
अरे जोन है, जोन 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 जोन।
चलो
जोन बहुत कटेगा। क्यों राइट बटन नहीं करना? राइट राइट राइट।
हाँ राइट से निकलता।
नंबर 1। वाई ब्रो वाई।
टिकट यार गए। दिक्कत नहीं, कहीं से तो निकला। 2 गैस कहते हैं मेरे पास। इनका जोन ब्लॉक करते तो अच्छा रहता।
ये सब जोन से मर रहे हैं, देखो जोन से ही मर रहे हैं।
वही ना,
राइट से गाड़ी आ रही है।
गाड़ी का
चलो चलो चलो।
नहीं जाना, रुको।
देखते हैं ना असलम भैया।
बैठो फिर, बैठो।
चलो थोड़ा फाइट भी ट्राई
चलो
करते हैं। कब तक सर्वाइवर के भरोसे बैठेंगे? चलो
चलो
वो निकल गए उधर। आ जाओ, ये घर होल्ड देखते हैं।
गैरेज पे ब्रिज तो ब्लॉक नहीं है यार।
चलो एक पीछे से गाड़ी है अपनी।
पीछे?
हाँ वहीं पे छोड़ दिया मैंने।
हाँ रुको, मैं फ्यूल भरता हूँ गाड़ी में।
गाड़ी आ रही है।
नॉक नहीं होना है अभी, गाड़ी निकालने दो।
पिक मत करना, पिक मत करना। अरे 3x रखे हो? चलो चलो चलो।
हाँ
नहीं नहीं, चलो चलो, ठीक है कोई ना। नंबर 2 आप देखो।
उधर से फायर मत दो। नंबर 1
आइए।
अरे
सही है।
Marked a location.
3 बंदे, पुश करे क्या?
चलो ग्रेनेड बोले सब
चलो,
फेंकेंगे। चलो चलो
Watch out.
अरे बता छूल
जल्दी आ।
ये क्या था सारा?
वही ना। अरे मैं तो पूरा कवर में था यूएमपी की गोली मेरे को कैसे कनेक्ट हो गई?
Awesome.
और यूएमपी के एक ही स्प्रे में उसने तीनों को ले लिया हमको।
कैसे?
12 चलो भाई चलो।
जीरो जीरो।
यार उतना इजी ब्रो। अब तो राइट में चलेगा यार, लेफ्ट में बंदे तो खो रहे थे।
सैनोक मेरा मार नहीं लग रहा है।
हाँ यही ना दिक्कत है, सनक बिना मार लगता ना तो मजा आता।
ठीक है, आप एक मैच खेल के आओ, मैं आता हूँ खाना खा के।
ठीक है। अभी पूरा एक मैच रुकना पड़ना चाहिए, हमारा भाई तो खाना खाना पड़े।
कहाँ चले गए?
खाना खाने गयो। खेल्नुहोस् तपाईँ, म त्यो आउँछु भने म तपाईँलाई इन्भाइट गर्छु है।
I won my
Let's
last
fight
match.
together.
Okay. Watch out! Watch out! Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you. Help! Please recall me. Got it. Help! I'm recalling a teammate. Thank you. Thanks.
لا.
Okay.
यार आयशा क्या bismillah. Team 4 है ना
I need a stock. Help! Watch out! Watch out! Marked an airdrop. Help! Marked an airdrop. Marked a location.
क्या है
Marked a location. Help! Watch out! Okay, watch out! Help! 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 Marked a location. Help! Help!
لا.
رجل سيف مميز يا نمبر رجل
Please recall me. Got it. Got it. I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks. Awesome. Watch out! Help! Watch out! Help! Watch out! Watch out! Help! Marked a location. Help! Watch out! Watch out!
रेडी करो।
एक मिनट एक मिनट।
हेलो, क्या हुआ?
एक मिनट हमारे में एक आया है एयर ड्रॉप कार्निवल भाई, उसमें मोबाइल फोन, एयरबड, वॉच सब सब। अरे वो भी भाई आएगा, रुको उसको बुला, आएगा तो ठीक है, नहीं तो खेलेंगे। 2 मिनट रुको, तो ठीक ही है। चल रहा है।
मेरे को 10 यूसी लगाना है, किस में लगाऊं?
ये लकी में लगाओ ट्रेल थी में लगाओ ये जो आया है पल्सर
नहीं ना वो क्रेट नहीं आई है।
अरे ये कथी नाम है यार इसका ARS का क्या है यार
If you run in
DRS पे
अल्टीमेट क्रेट क्या? चलो देखते हैं इसमें क्या होती है।
लॉबी उतनी तगड़ी नहीं
हाँ
है यार। हाँ निकाल लो
भाई क्या मिला?
क्या
ग्रेनेड
सही है। किस मिनट
भाई ऐसा लग रहता तो कब का हो जाता मेरा।
क्या
अल्टीमेट सेट के जेम ग्रेनेड मिला। पिछली बारी भी ग्रेनेड ही मिला था। ये कितने दिन तक है अल्टीमेट?
मालूम
मेरे तो अपने को आग में खोलना है।
भाई लंका लगेगी यार जंगल यार एक फर्स्ट का सलाब था हमारा
क्या चीज?
फर्स्ट सनाब था हमारा फर्स्ट सनाब मच गया ना
अल्टीमेट चुरा लिया एक बंदे का। ये मम्मी सूट अल्टीमेट ही बोल रहा हूँ मैं। आराम से लेटे रहो। भाई आप जाके मारो दिक्कत नहीं है।
वो पुश कर रहे हैं हम लोग कर रहे हैं तो आप लोग गाड़ी लेकर
पिछले मैच में कितना प्लस मिला?
क्या
कितना प्लस मिला पिछले मैच में?
नंबर 1 आपको बुला रहा है भाई नंबर 2
मेरे को काय को बुला रहा है?
अरे माइनस ही जाता हम लोग कमा लूँगा यार इधर ही आओ इधर नहीं आएंगे कोई
I got supplies. I got supplies. I got supplies. Help!
ब्रिज कैंप करके हम भाई बोलो
कौन सा ब्रिज कैंप?
ये वाला मिलिट्री में बहुत बंदे उतरे थे। मिलिट्री वाले बंदे उधर से ही निकलेंगे। प्लेन पाथ तो इधर है ना, मिलता है
भाई सैंडविच होगा हमारा मालूम।
तो देखते हैं।
छोड़ो यार। वो TSR चलाया अभी अच्छा डैमेज यार। बड़े दिन हमारे स्नाइपर उठा रहा है। ये साइकिल पकड़ो आप, साइकिल पकड़ो, साइकिल पकड़ो आप, साइकिल पकड़ो। इधर गाड़ी घुमाने देख रहा हूँ। कोई नहीं है, कर लो।
I got supplies.
अगाडि
I got supplies.
शेल्टर के गैरेज पे चलो जल्दी, वहाँ पे बंदे आएंगे। जोन से आई हुई गाड़ियाँ वहाँ पे एक्सचेंज होती है। वहीं पे रहो, वहीं पे रहो, वहीं पे। चलो असलम भाई, निकलना पड़ेगा।
साले खुद की बग्गी निकल रही है।
चलो
बैठो गाड़ी में। चलो चलो निकलो। उतरो। ये तो सोचो। क्या होती है यहाँ पे चले गए। उतरो 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 अरे उतरो। गाड़ी
Marked an airdrop.
नीचे चलो। गाड़ी में फ्यूल भी ना है।
गिफ्ट कैन भी नहीं मिला।
गैस कैन खोलो। गैस कैन। ये गाड़ी है। एक्सचेंज।
आओ खेल के
देखो एक बार ले
अरे नहीं है इसका भी खत्म
और हमारा हम लोग का तेल निकलेगा ये बार जो मिल जा हमारे पे जय बात ये एंगल पे बैठो या दीवार में चिपक के बैठो ठीक है नहीं तो ये ऊपर से पड़ेगी हाँ नहीं तो यहाँ पे आ जाओ अंदर यहाँ पे दोनों दरवाजा बंद कर लो इधर आके बैठ जाओ दोनों साइड से देख लो मैं इधर लेफ्ट का देख रहा हूँ
नौ बंदे बच्चे
7 बंदे एक स्क्वाड होगी नहीं तो 3-3-1-2 होगा
Marked a location.
बंदे हैं
Marked a location.
हाँ ठीक है आने दो
एक गाड़ी निकली वहाँ पे
ये यहीं पे है
Watch out.
नहीं मेरा डर थी वहाँ से निकली हुई
हाँ खूब और मेरा वो दोनों हैं वहीं पे गाड़ियाँ देखो
Watch out.
वो उधर खड़ा किया गाड़ी
एक मिनट के बाद मालूम पड़ेगा कि किसकी साइड है
दिक्कत नहीं है यहाँ पे जाएंगे ठीक है यहाँ पे जाएंगे वो छोटा वाला कंपाउंड दिख रहा है ना वहाँ पर तो गाड़ी चली जाएगा अरे बंदे उधर ही है
Watch out.
वो खूब घूम रहा है अंदर नॉक हुआ नॉक फिनिश
जोन के बाहर जाके को फाइट ले रहा है
जोन में है जोन के बाहर नहीं है यहाँ पे
वो देखो ना
जोन केज पे जोन केज पे मार्क देखो मेरा देखो गाड़ी लेके निकला खूब
Watch out. Watch out.
मेरे मार्क पे चलो जल्दी
ये पकड़ो
तेज
अटैचमेंट सब लेना।
मेरे पे है सब अटैचमेंट है। बैंडेज है, बैंडेज पाल देना। बैंडेज पाल देना।
अरे मरा कैसे नहीं यार ये?
मैं फंस गया था सारा भाई, फंस गया।
अरे भाई shit। नहीं मैंने बहुत मारा था इन दोनों को।
मैं फंस गया था। मैं फंस गया था। कितना दिया 10 प्लस?
हाँ 10 ही।
सर्वाइवल पॉइंट दे दिया, कम थोड़ी है। और लास्ट खेल है।
प्राइस बात का एक और मिशन हुआ। कितना कॉइन मिलता है? 20 कॉइन। सही है। अभी जाके पेंट खरीद के आता हूँ। कितना पेंट हो गया है? 280, 90 और 90 में से 50 उतार से आ जाएंगे। बचे 40। 40 पेंट का जुगाड़ लगाना पड़ेगा। का भी नहीं, 20 का ही।
मेरे पे 264 है। जब कम पड़ेंगे तब देखेंगे। देखो ये क्या दिया। आज मरना पड़ेगा यार, बिना मर नहीं दिया एक बार।
कहाँ पे चले थे? यहाँ 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 यहाँ। कहाँ पे? ये यहाँ पे।
उधर बंदे आएंगे। देखो 30-20 बंदे झड़ गए। हमारे नीचे एक स्क्वाड है। वो भी वहीं पे जा रहे हैं।
हाँ
नहीं जा रहे हैं हम लोग।
उनमें से भी एक के पास बाइक है शायद से।
नहीं वो है ना।
I need a grip. I need a stock.
चलो इनका इंतजार करते हैं। चलो इधर
Help! I got supplies.
order
Help!
I will put the कंपाउंड वाले आते होंगे थोड़ा खबर हो रहा है
I got supplies.
उतरो। किधर खा जा रहा है आराम से? क्या खा लिए? तुम्हारा टेलीस्कोप नहीं मिला। बड़ी गाड़ी गई।
Marked a location.
हाँ यार गाड़ी गाड़ी बोल रहा हूँ उसको। स्कोप नहीं मिला।
लो निकलना पड़ेगा।
हमारा रिक्स ले रहा है।
ओके अरे ले ले तो यहाँ पे।
चलो भी गया यहाँ से।
कहाँ पे?
सामने वाले घर पे। मार्क तो करो।
अरे भग गया वो। ये भी 2-3 गोलियां चला दी बस। चलो
गाड़ी को इधर करो। काम करो। मेरे को कवर देना पीछे से। सोलह भाई मेरे साइड देखो मेरे साइड। हेलो ये पहाड़ देखो,
Marked a location.
वहां से बंदा फायर देगा, ठीक है? मेरे को जो नहीं आना है, ठीक है? अरे वही मेरे को यहाँ पे ध्यान दो बस।
Watch out!
चलो चलो नीचे चलो।
गाड़ी लेके निकलना पड़ेगा। चलो
नहीं आप
अरे गाड़ी के बगैर तो निकल भी नहीं पाएंगे, इन घरों पे जाना पड़ेगा।
Marked a location.
दो ही बंदे बचे हैं,
ये लेफ्ट में है।
इसलिए तो बोल रहा हूँ चलो
नहीं लेफ्ट नहीं राइट है सर, पूरी मालूम है।
अरे कहीं पर भी बचे हो लेकिन सेफ जोन तो जाना पड़ेगा ना।
बैठो हाँ ये ऊपर है।
ये सामने
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
वहीं पे भी है,
हाँ
एक लेफ्ट में भी है। हाँ वो लोग किधर है वो? पास मत जाना ठीक है।
We are number one.
4x के सामने आ रहा है, बताओ उसको। ये क्या दिया यार, 4 कितना दिया? 8 कहाँ से रहा है? 8 दिया,
हाँ
8 प्लस दिया। 8 दिया कि 9 दिया? बस 8 ही दिया।
8 ही दिया है शायद, देखना पड़ेगा।
मेरे को तो 8 ही प्लस दिया है।
आपको 12 दिया होगा।
4 किल किया था इसीलिए। आज आज थोड़ा गेम
ठीक है मैं चलता हूँ। मेरी आंखें ऑटोमेटिक बंद हो रही है अभी।
चलो ठीक है, जाओ जाओ।
ठीक है चलो, गुड नाइट।